Am I in Texas? Hello, howdy. There you go, that's a little better. All right, good to see everybody here tonight. I honor each and every one of you, if for no other reason, the fact that you actually turned off that idiot box and came out here to, you know, socialize, try to hear something, maybe learn something. And tonight we've got a very, very special guest who's visiting here in Texas, and I'm really proud to introduce him. And let me qualify the audience here real quick. How many of you know what I'm talking about when I mention the Anunnaki? Whoa, all right. This crossed my desk just today. Science is finally catching up. This is off of CBS News, quoting Spacecom. Earth life likely came from Mars, a new study says. And basically what they're saying is that apparently sometime in the distant past there was an asteroid hit somebody in space, and it knocked all of this life-forming proteins and molecules and everything into the Earth. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, didn't the Sumerian tablets 7,000 years ago tell us that there was a struggle between Tiamat and Nibiru, and it shattered the planet, you know, and it went into half the planet became debris, which is now the asteroid belt, and the other part of this giant watery world, Tiamat, was knocked past Mars, stripping Mars of its atmosphere and bombarding it with meteors and everything, creating all those craters and dry beds, and then coalesced in an orbit beyond Mars, which became the Earth. And this is why they have found so many traces of Martian life on meteorites and in soil here on the planet. You know, gee guys, why don't you go study the story of the Anunnaki? Maybe you'll figure out what's going on. All right, so let's get going. We got a long way to go and a short time to get there. I want to introduce first, here's the breakdown. First, you're going to hear from Michael Tellinger. He's got some incredible things to tell you. And then we're going to take a short break while we change PowerPoints. And then I'm going to talk to you for about an hour. And then we're going to have a little discussion of contributionism. If you don't know what that is, you're going to find out. And then hopefully we're going to have enough time for some questions and answers. So, moving right along, let me introduce a really good guy and my friend, author and researcher who lives near Johannesburg, South Africa, Michael Tellinger.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much to Jim Marrs, the inimitable Jim Marrs. And it's an absolute great honor and pleasure to be able to share a stage and share my information on the same stage as Jim. A veteran of this field of research, I'm yet a beginner, and hopefully we'll have a lot more. Okay, so I edited down because my presentation is normally 3 hours. I had a squeeze. So I edited this down. I crunched as much as I could. So I'm going to go through this at pace. Large chunks have been cut out. So if you feel that it should automatically go down a certain avenue and it doesn't, it's not because we don't have the information. It's because we have to move on to tell a long, beautiful tale in an edited kind of format. So this is what's going to happen today, because otherwise we're not going to get enough time to Jim to share his incredible work and research with you. So, this is where I like to kick off, to remind us where we live. This is our home, this beautiful planet that we have been deprived of. If that's not clear to you yet, hopefully by the end of today and tonight, you will realize that we have been deprived of the benefits of living on a planet of abundance. Because that's what this planet is. And it is up to us to do something about this. No one is going to do anything about it except us. So, what I'm going to try and do is connect the dots between our ancient past and where we are today, and see if there's any kind of sensible connection that explains why our lives and our planet is so messed up today. And when you realize how simple it is, how simple some of these dots can be connected, it is quite mind-blowing, because what's happening today is no different and nothing new to what's been going on for thousands and thousands of years. The manipulation and the abuse of humanity is going on. But now, the only difference is that now finally we're waking up to this, and we're realizing how this abuse has been perpetuated, how deep this manipulation runs, and that there are very clear things that we could do to get out of this entrapment and enslavement. The three questions that most of us have asked ourselves is, who are we, where do we come from, why are we here? The fact that we don't have immediate answers to this is a clear indication that we are a species with amnesia. We don't know who we are, where we come from, and why we're here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be asking those questions. We would know this. What's fantastic is that beautiful and gifts that are given to us by people that we don't know much about. This is Micheal Ledwith. You might know him from What the Bleed Do We Know? He used to be the advisor to these two gentlemen that he's shaking hands with. As you can realize, that this was an interesting position that he held for about 17 years at the Vatican. And then he moved from there to the School of Ramtha. It's an interesting move, from Vatican to the School of Ramtha. And what Micheal discovered while he was studying, that the opening phrase of the Bible, the Hebrew text, is not translated correctly, because the original Hebrew phrase does not contain the obligatory letter Aleph, or Alif, the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet. When he inserted that letter, it changed the meaning of the opening phrase of the Bible completely. It no longer says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now it says, the Father of the beginnings created the Elohim, the heavens and the earth. And that changes everything. This is the true opening Hebrew phrase of the Bible, and what we should from now on refer to as the opening statement. What it also does is instantly bring Judeo-Christianity in alignment with all ancient cultures, and teaching us of all ancient cultures and ancient people and native populations of the world, and we find that there's some sort of a primordial source, or a father, or a sound that we read in other texts. What becomes evident as well, the moment you start looking for the origins of humankind, no matter how far you go, how far you scratch, sooner or later you'll come across sound and resonance that are the common denominators of religion and creation. It doesn't matter where you look, it always comes back to sound and resonance. And it is very quickly translated into sacred geometry and the 6 days of creation. And in Hinduism, we have the 6 aspects of Om. And in Egyptology, it's the 6 aspects of the all-seeing eye of Horus. And in this particular instance, it's very obvious that we're also dealing with sound harmonic principles and resonance. And the sound aspect of it gets very, very quickly highlighted to us, and it becomes the center of attraction. When we look at the work of John Stuart Reid and co. in this device they call the cymoscope, that you get these beautiful bubbles, 3-dimensional bubbles that they talk, when you talk into the microphone, it actually shows you how your sound, what the sound of your voice looks like as you speak, with infinite physical manifestations of your sound. What's spectacular about this is that when you get a cross-section of one of these bubbles, can you see the cross in the circle there? There's the cross, perfect cross inside the circle. Well, when you drill deeper into some of these cymatic images, it gets even more obvious as to what the ancient cultures were doing when they came up with the symbol of the cross. Because that's what you find in some of the cymatic patterns. It's spectacular. It tells us that sound is actually the primordial source of the images that influence the religious movements. And suddenly you realize that the guys that came up with the cross as a symbol in all the Judeo-Christianic religions and others knew exactly what they were talking about. They knew that sound, or the sound of the Creator, was a source behind all things. And even in the medicine wheel in the Native American populations, we realize that it's just a cross in a circle, because sound heals. And if sound is the primordial source of all things, that means you could do and should do everything with sound. Sound levitates, it boils water, it creates light, it creates DNA, it heals, it destroys pathogens. It's a precursor to electromagnetism, and this is a key thing here. It's not the other way around. It's not the electromagnetic spectrum or electromagnetic universe that creates sound. Everything comes out of sound. The electromagnetic universe, as we know it, is actually generated by this primordial source of sound, of the Creator. And this can be beautifully explained, and I normally show Peter Davey boiling water with sound, but there's not enough time today, so I just urge you to please jot down and remember his name. Go onto YouTube, as with everything. All of these things are available on YouTube, but unless you go looking for it, you're not going to find it. And this is what makes this research quite exciting, that I can tell you about it, and you can go and within an hour you can get a huge volume of research done that 10 years ago we probably weren't able to do. So Peter Davey's been boiling water with sound since 1940. Unfortunately, he died 2 years ago, and he took the secret to his grave. Why did he take the secret to his grave? Because of money. He wanted somebody to invest into his discovery so they could make these little gadgets and they could sell it to billions of people so that they could make money. And we see how this money thing keeps tripping us up. And the reason I'll bring it up, because that's what we're going to end off with. The money, and how we can move beyond money and stop this enslavement that money imposes on us as the human race. Because that is the thing that seems to hold us back more than anything else. We have this deep desire and urge to create and to share and live on a planet of abundance. But somehow the money keeps getting in the way. DNA. Sound spontaneously generates DNA. Luc Montagnier, one of the world's premier scientists that should have got a Nobel Prize for this, in 2011 spontaneously generated DNA by exposing DNA in a test tube next to a test tube with no DNA, submersing it into water at 7 Hertz. Very shortly, DNA spontaneously appeared in the empty test tube. This should have been a Nobel Prize. Guess what happened? He had to leave Europe, and now he lives in China, afraid of the discoveries that he's made. This is what we do to people that make great discoveries. And you already obviously know what happens to people that find free energy. That's the big no-no, right? The moment you say free energy, you become a target. Well, guess what? There are now millions of people around the world that know that Southern Africa is one giant free energy zone, if you know what I mean. If you don't, you will by the end of this presentation. Acoustic levitation. Now, I'm not going to play you this. Well, actually, I'm going to show you a teeny-weeny little bit of it. Oops. No, I can't show it to you because what I'll suggest to you, please write this down or memorize this. David Deek. This is one of the only true levitation videos that you will find on the internet. David Deek worked for the military. He was one of the top scientists in the US military and research in the Black Projects or whatever projects were. At Contact in the Desert, a lady came to me after my presentation and she was so excited. She said, "You're the first person that I've heard talk about David Deeks. I used to work with David in a laboratory. Do you know what happened to him?" David Deeks has disappeared. This is what happens to people when they make great discoveries. On this video clip, you will see polystyrene items levitate with sound frequencies, very irritating, loud noises. Okay, and where do they levitate? They levitate at the cross point of the two sources of the sound. And it shows you very quickly how sound can levitate. So we know that sound levitates, and once you've seen this, it'll forever be imprinted in your mind. So you actually believe that sound really does levitate things. The difference is that because we can hear these irritating frequencies levitate these light polystyrene items, we think that that's how it works. Well, remember, the higher the frequency, the higher the energy. So if you're levitating a 10-ton block, you'll be using higher frequencies with higher energy at the place where they cross over. And to somebody that's observing this from a distance, it'll look like magic, because they won't hear the frequencies. They're outside of our audio spectrum, so it will look like magic. If you're standing there with two sources of sound, and you're lifting up that big block over there and putting it down over there, people look at you and go, "Whoa, what's going on here?" Because they won't hear it. This is a big thing, that we still think that you need to be able to hear it and feel it for it to be real. Well, that's not how the universe works and how the nature of reality works. This is the most exciting thing for us to realize, that just because you can't see it and you can't touch it doesn't mean it's not there or it's not real. So, sound is free energy. This is really what I'm trying to tell you and explain to you, that sound is the true source of free energy, and this is where we should be looking. With sound, we're not burning oil, we're not burning water, breaking it down into oxygen or hydrogen, or trying to burn some aspect of resources that we're getting off this planet. Sound is free energy. And this is what Nikola Tesla told us. He made it very clear that the earth rings like a bell. And if we can tap into the sound frequency of Mother Earth, we are tapping into free energy. And this is what I believe not only did Tesla do, but the ancients understood in great detail. And I believe that this is exactly what he did when he built the Tesla Tower. He tapped into the sound frequency of Gaia. He brought it up to the top of his tower. And that's where the magic happened, where he turned it into his radiant, non-lethal form of energy. It could run aeroplanes and ships and cars and houses and TVs and anything that needs some sort of a power supply. What does this have to do with ancient civilizations and our evolution of consciousness? Everything. Because this is the common denominator, or seems to be the common denominator, of ancient cultures, building these incredible structures all around the world. And this is probably a good indication of what the pyramid probably would have looked like, or what it did. A giant vibrating sound generator, using sound as a source of energy to generate unimaginable amounts of energy. And why do we know this? Because even today, in its badly broken down state, it still emits these incredible energies that can be picked up by certain lenses of certain cameras. And this is spectacular information. There has been, in the last 100 years, a guy by the name of Ed Leeds Coleman that lived at the southern tip of Florida, that built an incredible place called Coral Castle, all on his own. He carved out these giant blocks, he moved them into place, shaped them in exactly the way he wanted, and he built this incredible place called Coral Castle. And we just glance past it. Oh, look, he built this amazing place. Isn't that lovely, honey? Look at this. Oh, that's incredible. I wonder how he did it. And then people say, well, he used ropes and pulleys. Oh, yeah, of course, he used ropes and pulleys. No, you can't do this using ropes and pulleys. So don't let them pull the wool over your eyes like that. So one day, Ed Leeds Coleman was seen by two schoolboys on their way home moving these giant blocks. When the boys got home, they told their parents, we saw the man moving these giant blocks. And the parents asked him, well, how did he do it? And the boys said, he did it with ice cream cones in his hands. And the parents thought, oh, you naughty boys, stop lying to me. You just want ice cream, right? No ice cream for you, get to bed, stop lying to us. But the boys were not lying. I call this the ice cream cone phenomenon. I believe they were telling the truth. The reason why a tiny little bit of information like that can suddenly connect so many important dots. These are the little discoveries that change everything in our lives, and what makes this journey so incredibly exciting. Because I've been finding ice cream cone or cone-shaped tools all around the stone ruins of southern Africa, and not just there. Suddenly you see them in images from Egypt and Egyptology, and when you ask the Egyptologists, well, what are those cone-shaped tools all about? Oh no, they're just ornamental stuff. Oh really? They just make ornamental stuff because they have nothing better to do? I don't think so. And then you find in the San Jose Museum in California these perfect cone-shaped tools that are inscribed with cuneiform script that commemorate the building of the temples in Sumer that were found in the walls after these temples were built. Suddenly you've got a common denominator: ice cream cones, cone-shaped tools, Ed Leeds Coleman, Coral Castle, to the temples of Sumer. And how did Ed Leeds Coleman move these giant blocks? With ice cream cones, where the sound, somehow he was projecting, they were focal points of tools that were focusing sound from his hands, with which he could maneuver giant blocks 10 tons in weight. And we start imagining how this thing could have worked. The history of southern Africa is all about gold. In fact, the history of all of humanity is all about gold. We can't get away from that. And the Monomotapa Kingdom, the Golden Kings of southern Africa, take a prominent position on the stage down there in the south. And what's important to know is that the links of most ancient civilizations can be made to South Africa. It's absolutely incredible. Each one of these, I'm normally going into a lot more detail, but because I've edited this, I'm just going to let you see these. What I do want to show you, though, is the last one there, the pre-Inca civilization, in around 1971 to 1975. The guy that told me this couldn't remember exactly what year it was. He was a member of a mine rescue team in South Africa on the West Rand in the town of Carletonville, which is famous for its sinkholes. And they were testing some of their equipment. They went down a sinkhole about 20 meters deep, and at the bottom of one of the sides was caved in. They cleaned it up and they walked in, and several meters into the dark tunnel, which was paved. The tunnel was paved at the bottom and paved all the way around. Several meters into that, this is what they walked into. And this is spectacular. I was just told 2 or 3 days ago by somebody doing research in South America that they found exactly tunnels with this exact same description that I've just given you, with these statues in the tunnels underground. So this seems to be a situation that was going on all around the world. The history books claim that Southern Africa was a sparsely populated continent with hardly anybody living there. Well, unfortunately, the stone ruins of South Africa tell us a completely different story. And they tell us that it was very densely populated, and that they actually, in fact, were millions of people living there. And these stone circles, first of all, if you haven't seen the book yet, first thing you'll notice is that they are all circular, and yet each one is completely unique. Some have very simple internal structures, some have complex internal structures, and also look in between the ruins. There's another circle there, there's a weird channel running there. Look in between the ruins, the stone circles. And also look around them. Can you see this weird spider's web effect that goes on around the main circular structure? Just very interesting structures that never ever repeat itself. And the thing on the left there with that weird horseshoe shape, when you're walking around the main structure, you've got no idea that the other thing is actually there. Because often the grass is this high, and you're walking through the grass, and you don't even know that you're walking on the ruins. You only recognize it when you see it from the air. So the aerial photography in this, and Johann Heine's aerial photographs that he took for a 15-year period, really laid the foundation for this major discovery that there's a vast vanished civilization that we know nothing about. Look at the stuff all around the main structure that lies hidden beneath the soil, even today. When you walk there, no idea that it's there. The forestry department has destroyed thousands of ruins. This is just one remaining ruin, another weird horseshoe shape inside a much bigger structure, completely destroyed by the forestry. And in between these two obvious ruins, you can see there, this area here, how it's covered by soil, connecting this ruin in the forefront to the one in the distance. And then they make beautiful flower patterns out of these stone circles, because flowers are pretty to look at from the air. And you realize, well, why would they build flower-shaped structures? So what is so special about these ruins? Because the historians today still claim that these are cattle kraal of little historic value, and they were built probably by migrating tribes or people with nothing better to do, and so they must have been built for very special cattle. And these cattle were very demanding, and they got what they wanted. They got the guys who built these cattle kraal to build them with special built-in features that told them where the sun would come up and where the sun would set. And like this one here, this is aligned with the vernal equinox. And the cattle were very happy about that. And then they demanded even more, that they built into these cattle kraal, that they actually built in very deep understanding of the laws of nature and the 5-factor and 1.618 and golden spiral. These are holy cows. And this is, I guess, why the guys are insistent that these are cattle kraal. Unfortunately, when you got hexagons and, a very advanced knowledge of sacred geometry built into cattle kraal, you realize that we're dealing with a different kind of intelligence and not something that happens by accident. What's important to know that these cattle kraal have no doors and entrances. And what is the one thing that we need to conclude when there are no doors and entrances? They cannot be dwellings. Neither are they cattle kraal, where you keep cattle in, nor dwellings. So we're dealing with something else. And you realize that they not only have no doors and entrances, but they're connected by these channels. Can you see that channel coming out of it there on the right? And you'll find that all the stone circles are not standing alone. Each one is connected to a much larger grid by these channels that connect them. And this is just incredible, because this is something that you don't expect. And we've traced thousands of kilometers of these channels. When you start adding it up, it just goes crazy. And this is just such a wonderful photograph, this one. And this, imagine large parts of southern Africa looking like this. Just a giant grid of channels, circles, all connected. The archaeological drawings from 1939 tell us that there are no doors and entrances, and that they're all linked by these weird channels or roads. And that's why historians get it wrong all the time. They still refer to these channels as roads that the people drove their cattle on. And it's just amazing. You go, have you ever farmed with cattle? You don't need to build roads for your cattle, brother. Yeah, it's really not necessary. They'll walk on their own. And you can herd them, you know. It's ridiculous. And then some of these circles are actually concentric. And that's when you start realizing, with no doors and entrances. And that's when you start realizing we're dealing with something completely different, not dwellings. And then you start coming face to face with more than 450,000 square kilometers of agricultural terraces in a sparsely populated part of the world. Well, who are they feeding? And who was feeding who? And who built the terraces to feed who and why and when? So clearly there's something going on we have absolutely no idea about. The problem is that some of the terraces are so badly eroded that you don't even recognize them anymore. But when your eyes does get sensitized, you will see it everywhere you go. They cover mountains and they don't stop. When you start looking on Google Earth, you see it everywhere. And very steep, inhospitable mountains in Lesotho, you see terraces going up more than halfway up the mountain. And you just absolutely mesmerized by this. This is a great example of circles, channels inside a never-ending terrace, and the channels run down and end in the river at the bottom here. And this is the amazing thing, that these channels, many of them seem to run down into the river. And I couldn't understand why they would run and end in the river until very, very recently, when I started computing and reaching very new conclusions about what is really going on here. When you get to the top of the hill or the mountain, you see this never-ending civilization and these constructions that just go on forever. From this particular point, it's about 60 miles in diameter that this would have looked like this a long, long time ago. And what's this activity all about? We've mentioned it already. It's always about the gold. You can never get away from the gold. And this is just spectacular. What do other ancient texts tell us? This is where we have to go to the oldest written record of human history. And there's only one such record, and that is, well, there are several actually, but this seems to be the one that many people go to. You obviously got the ancient texts from the east as well, but the Sumerian tablets still seems to be the largest collection of ancient history that is being translated very rapidly. And we meet the great Anunnaki, the Anunna gods, and those who from heaven to earth descended, the gods of heaven and earth, as the ancient texts describe them. And we realize that these guys came to earth looking for gold because of the many translations, and this gold became their obsession. It wasn't human obsession. And it's the Anunnaki that started this search for the gold in a place called the Abzu. And it's this constant reference to the Abzu, where the gold came from, that points us in a specific direction, and that is southern Africa. And then we start reading some interesting translations about this place called the Abzu. In the Abzu, Enki plans was conceiving where to build his house, where for heroes dwellings to prepare, where the bowels of the earth to enter. And then we realized that they needed help to get this gold out of the ground. So they decided to clone a species, a new primitive worker. Let us create a Lulu, a primitive worker, the hardship work to take over. Let the being, the toil of the Anunnaki carry on his back. And this goes on and on. There are thousands of translations that suggest that humanity was created as a slave worker in the gold mines in this place called the Abzu. So we can find large quantities of gold mines and activity regarding gold, which that would then mean that we have discovered the Abzu. And I think this is what I'm sharing with you here. This place in southern Africa seems to be this place called the Abzu. Is there a ruin or a settlement that could be linked to Enki, the Sumerian creator god, who incidentally is known by African cultures and African shaman as Enkai, the creator of the human race? Nothing new here. We got connections all the way through the ancient civilizations. And you realize that Enki is the same as all the other ancient so-called creator gods and all the other ancient cultures. Nothing has changed. Great Zimbabwe. It's the grandest of them all. It's the largest of the southern African ruins that have been found to date. And this has got all the energetic imprints of Enki encoded in it. It is spectacular. And there is a very scientific way of measuring this. I don't have the time or luxury to go into this, but it is absolutely, irrefutably encoded with Enki energy and created by Enki himself. There's another rare photograph taken from the air of Great Zimbabwe. And this is what it looks like today. The walls are still 10 meters high and 6 meters wide in some places. Some fascinating discoveries have been made in Great Zimbabwe that are truly mind-boggling, that also connect us to the Sphinx of Egypt and many, many other very critical discoveries that I will share in other presentations. How many of these ruins are there? Only when you realize how many ruins there are, you realize how this entire size of this vanished civilization. In 1891, Theodore Bent, from horseback, estimated there were about 4,000. By 1974, Roger Summers estimated about 20,000 of these ruins. Now you got a big problem already in a sparsely populated part of the world. 20,000 stone ruins. It doesn't compute, does it? Who built them? And when did they build them? When there were supposed to be nobody living there all these thousands of years ago. By the time I got involved in 2007, within the first 6 months, I realized we're dealing with at least 100,000 ruins. But I was not prepared for what I found when I started counting them. And as I counted and extrapolated and got averages from aerial photographs and Google Earth, realizing that it's much larger than what I imagined, realizing that previously when you look at places, when you come back, you suddenly see things you didn't see before, that many of the ruins are still covered by soil. We found seashells and fossilized fish on tops of mountains inside some of the stone ruins, so we know something weird has happened here. And by the time I finished counting these, I mean, this is an incredible place. This is just like, I don't even know what's going on here. This runs for like 5 by 5 kilometers. It's ridiculous. It's just dense. And by the time I finished counting, I realized that there were more than 10 million of these ruins. Not just a few 100,000 or a few thousand. We're dealing with something so vast and so spectacular that none of us were prepared for this revelation. So what happened to them? Now I think this picture tells 1,000 words. And to support this picture, we turn to the Sumerian tablets that not only tell us about 8 kings that ruled the world for more than 200,000 years. These are two of the several Sumerian kings lists that have been found. What's spectacular about these two is they tell us exactly the same information, the names of the same kings who ruled for the same periods of time. The total number of years varies slightly, but you've got to give them a break. Sometimes a 1 looks like a 7 or a 2 looks like a 4 or whatever. So, you know, but what they tell us are the names of all these kings. But don't worry about the names. Clearly these guys weren't human, right? Because 8 of them ruled for 220,000 years. So we're dealing with something else here, not human beings. But what's key here, people, is that opening line there. After kingship descended from heaven. Because this is a repeating theme in the Sumerian texts. After kingship was lowered from heaven to earth. When the gods appointed kings from among humanity and gave them fierce weapons with which they could rule over the humans. What we've got here is a direct reference to the royal bloodlines and to the origins of royal bloodlines that still run and rule the world today. This is it. These are the tablets that point us and tell us when this happened. And it happened when kingship was lowered to earth from heaven by the gods, the Anunnaki. And boy, did they give those early priest kings fierce weapons with which to smite the people. Otherwise, the people would not have listened to them. Why would people suddenly say, okay, well, you can be our king. We'll kiss your butt from now on, and we'll have to earn money. It'll be your money that we have to earn, and it's your land, and we don't own any land anymore. I mean, how does this happen? So the whole concept of royalty on earth is a very strange and mysterious time in human history. And yet we have a very clear indication of how and when it happened from the Sumerian tablets. And then another thing it tells us, the flood swept over. And I think that gives us a very clear indication that a long time ago, many thousands of years ago, there was an event like the flood that came and destroyed. Specifically, if Zecharia Sitchin was correct, and the flood happened and came from Antarctica, the southern hemisphere would have been affected far more so than the northern hemisphere. And I think this picture tells 1,000 words. Wherever there are stone circles, there are gold mines. Just around this little area, around Leidenburg, more than 75,000 gold mines have been discovered. Ancient shafts in the 30s, about 100 feet deep, with weird and mysterious tools and artifacts have been found that were confiscated by the mining authorities. In 1990, in the 1990s, the De Beers found a shaft about 22,000 feet deep, cut with absolute precision that indicated some sort of advanced laser technology, and that scared them. And now we got to ask ourselves, what kind of stone are we dealing with? Well, we're dealing with a very special kind of stone that these stone circles are made of. It's known as hornfels. And this is a metamorphosized quartzite. You can see it's black on the inside, and it grows this thin patina around the top of the black rock. This patina grows very, very slowly, several thousand years per microscopic layer. So by the time you actually see the patina with your naked eye, when it becomes visible, that object or the tool artifact is already several thousand years old. So this becomes a very, very coarse but critical way for us to determine the ancient age and the extreme ages of the tools and artifacts. Because all the tools and artifacts that I've been collecting have several millimeters of patina growing on them. Originally it has to be black like this when they form and shape the tool or the artifact, and then the patina goes back. So this tells us these tools and artifacts have been made thousands and thousands of years ago, probably way more than 100 or 200,000 years ago. The important thing here is that these stones ring like bells, and this was another major breakthrough discovery when I realized that when you knock these stones, they ring like a bell. You actually, when you close your eyes, you do not believe that you're hitting another stone. It sounds just like a bell. And what are the stones made of to ring like a bell? They're made of the same stuff that all the most advanced technology in our lives is made of. The second most abundant on planet Earth after water, and that is silica, quartz. All the most advanced technology that we most likely got from the ETs, because we certainly didn't come up with it. Silica stores information, it holds memory, it conducts information, it can, at the speed of light virtually, it can transfer information, it conducts light, it conducts sound. It is the central component of all our most advanced technology, which makes it clear to us that whoever used stone in ancient sites knew exactly what they were doing. And that all this, you don't have to extract the silica out of the rock. Why? They extract the silica out of the rock today because they put it into little chips so they can put it into computers so they can sell it to us. It's all about the money. If it's not about the money, leave the bloody silica where it is and use the rocks as they are. Which means that all these ancient sites that are filled with silica and quartz are actually filled and hold the memory and the information of what happened at these sites. And very soon some 12-year-old kid with his iPhone is going to go and they plug it in and say, oh, look, Dad, give me some information out of this stone. And you think this is far-fetched? No, because finally we know, and scientists have shown us how they can store digital information in crystals. This is brand new information. We can finally store trillions of terabytes of information into normal, real crystals. So, you better hold on to your crystals, because very soon they'll be outlawed. It's no longer lawful or legal to own crystals, and they're going to be very bad for you, because it's going to be bad for business to own crystals. Because if you can store trillions of terabytes of information in your crystals at home, that's no good for business. And very soon you'll see what's going to start happening to crystals. This brings us to the sacred stones, these fascinating stones with holes. They were given to the people by the gods. I just discovered in Taos, New Mexico, from the Native Americans, they were closely related to the Mayas, who told me that these same sacred stones are known in Mayan culture as the unquestionable divinity of God. It's like amazing. You start seeing these, connecting these dots. And incidentally, also in the kivas, in the Native American kivas, when the medicine men go in there and they hold these ceremonies and they dance and chant and they manifest life and they manifest things and they do things that most of us will never be privy to. I was told that they have cone-shaped stones that they bang together, that they make ring by banging these cone-shaped stones together. Just to remind you about the cone thing, right? So these sacred stones are very important. There are hundreds of thousands that have been found in southern Africa. It doesn't make any sense what these were for. And until you realize that in 2009, modern science discovered Caesar technology. And they got very excited about it because no longer do they need to use light or coherent light to create laser beams. Now they can use coherent sound and amplified sound through vortexes to create Caesar technology, sound amplified by stimulated emission of radiation, as opposed to light amplified by stimulated emission radiation. This is a great secret that's still being held. And suddenly you realize how Edlitz-Kalnin probably levitated those giant blocks with sound of high frequency with these ice cream cone-shaped tools that he was holding in his hands. That somehow he managed to get high frequencies of sound focused to these cone-shaped tools. And this is why I call it the ice cream cone phenomenon. And how sound was used to focus on these, to be focused through these cone-shaped tools. You already know, I told you that they conduct sound, they ring like bells, they got very strong acoustic properties because of the high silica content. And we got ourselves a Caesar tool made out of basic stone materials. You don't need fancy, shiny metal to create advanced technology as long as you know how the laws of nature work. And now that we know that Newtonian physics is broken down and it no longer really applies to us, and we can bend it and mold it and change it, we can do some really interesting things. If you're not aware of this yet, in 2005 or 2007, a bunch of students at the Middle Tennessee University showed that sound moves beyond the speed of light. This is probably one of the best kept secrets in physics. I mean, this should have been all over the news. Nobody's heard about it. Where's the flagship among all these ruins? Adam's Calendar is by far the most important ruin. It was rediscovered by Johan Heine in 2003. Little did he know that it was already well known by the African shaman and knowledge keepers. When I met with Creator Mutwa, he told me he was initiated there as a young shaman in 1937. He cried when I showed him the book. He thought he'd never see that site again. It is known by the African shaman as Inzalo Yelanga, or birthplace of the sun. It is also referred to by them the place where heaven mated with Mother Earth, or where the gods mated with a primordial being on this planet and brought forth a new species called human. And this is not just any god, according to the African shaman, but the same God as we read about in Sumerian tablets that created this new species, the Lulu Amelu, or primitive worker, and the God in Sumeria is known as Enki, and in African knowledge he is known as Enkai. Nothing has changed. It's all the same information. This is what Adam's Calendar looks like, or Inzalo Yelanga, from a helicopter. You see, it's like a circular structure. That's the tree on the right is north, the tree on the left is south. The north-south line cuts right through the two calendar stones in the middle, and it's right on the edge of this bedrock here that drops down about 2,500 feet into the Barberton Valley, where Sheba Gold Mine sits. A 3D reconstruction of Adam's Calendar shows us that it lines up. First of all, there's a Horus stone there that marks the rise of the sun on the spring equinox, and Horus looks at these three stones that mark the rise of Orion's belt, and lines up with these very distinct pyramidal shapes over there in the distance. And this is just a 3D reconstruction of it. How do we date the stones? We'd look at every possible way of dating, because you can't carbon date rock. It's not possible. So you've got to look at every interesting thing. There's a very I took it out of this presentation, but sometimes you get these amazing trees, baobab trees, growing out of these stone walls. And these trees are 3,000 years old. So it means the walls have to be at least 3,000 years old. But historians, because they can't compute this, so they make up stories and say, well, you see, the people had a weird custom to build the walls into the trees, because they can't imagine that anybody built these walls 3,000 years ago. So they have to make up stories that are absolutely nonsensical. So one of the important things, as I mentioned, is patina growth, and this is just another example. This is a tip. This is a monolith that stands out of one of the walls, and that tip broke off there. And there's about 2 millimeters of patina growth where the tip is broken off. So that monolith's been standing there for probably well over 100,000 years, and it's still standing in the same place. It's quite remarkable. But archaeoastronomy is by far our most interesting discovery here. Can you see it's a circular structure? From Google Earth you can see it was originally a circular structure, north, south, dissecting between the two calendar stones, but it's sitting slightly counterclockwise. It doesn't sit at north-south. There's a 3 degrees 17 minute and a 42 second anti-clockwise, counterclockwise misalignment. That's not possible, because it doesn't matter where you are in these giant 26,000 year wobbles. North-south stays north-south, doesn't shift. The only way it's going to shift is if something like Charles Hapgood's crustal shift or crustal displacement takes place. And I believe that this is exactly what happened here. There's no argument where the north-south has shifted. It's not where it is when it was created. It is out of sync. What we don't know is when it happened. There's some indications that it happened around 208,000 years ago, but we need a lot more confirmation for that. So the alignment with Orion's belt, here are two different astronomers that did some calculations for me to tell me when this alignment with Orion's belt could have taken place. They're probably both wrong, because they didn't take the 3.5 degrees into consideration. And then we find the pyramids in the valley, and this is still one of the best examples of, can you see the pyramidal structures there? Now, at first I thought, that just doesn't make any sense. Why would they be connected? And I thought, well, let's see if they are connected. First of all, when you go into Adam's calendar, you lose GPS signal. So that immediately tells us something weird is going on. Literally, like you cross the line from here to there, and it's gone. And there's no wall or anything there, but yet you cross into the circle. The Adam's calendar has a profound effect on people. Some people actually vomit. Some people feel elated. Some people just want to sleep. Some people go a little loopy. Some people, everyone has different experiences. And the consistent thing is that you lose GPS. The same thing happens when you go between those pyramids. I stood right between those two pyramids there. No GPS signal. You get away from there, everything's fine. So I thought, can we connect them? And I drew a golden mean spiral, and guess what? There it is. It connects Adam's calendar with the pyramids in the valley. What you've got to ask yourself is, what is the probability that this is accidental? And you can start using the argument of probability, which is a commonly used argument in mathematics and physics and science. The argument of probability. The probability that this is accidental is several million to 1, so they must be connected. And this is still yet to be discovered. Why they're connected, what the hell's going on here? But there's a lot of exciting exploration that we need to do. When you connect Adam's calendar or Enki's calendar through Enki's house at Great Zimbabwe, where does it take you? You end up at Enki's pyramid in Giza. And you realize this is all Anunnaki constructs along the 31 degrees east longitudinal line, or the Nilotic meridian. And it just so happens that the numeric value for the word Elohim, or what the Anunnaki used to call themselves, is 31. So the plot just thickens. And then I found this amazing translation in one of Zecharia Sitchin's books. And this is why I say Sitchin wasn't always right. He got a lot of things wrong. But those were his interpretations. If he knew what we know, he would have changed his interpretations. So we come along and we find the physical evidence for much of what he's written. Now we can start making a lot more sense and actually put credence to much of his work, that he was not a liar, that he didn't try and deceive us. He gave us his interpretation. And he was still closer than anybody else, because we're finding the physical evidence for it. And we can't move away from that. This is what I found in one of his books. 40 Shah, after arriving on Earth, Enki built a special place of observing in the deep Abzu on the edge of a cliff, aligned with the abode in the north and the peaks. I mean, he just perfectly described Enki's calendar, or Adam's calendar. And this is spectacular. What this translates to is 40 Shah translates to about 285,000 years ago. And that still fits perfectly with the sudden appearance of this interesting species, Homo sapien. So what are all these stone circles for? You know that when you put sand on a metal plate and you put sounds through it, it gives you these beautiful cymatic patterns. And that's exactly what these stone circles are. They're just cymatic pattern representations of the sound coming out of Mother Earth, just like Nikola Tesla told us, that the earth rings like a bell and the sound comes out of earth all the time. And they knew how to tap into the sound and amplify it so that it created these cymatic patterns. So each one of these stone circles is actually an energy plug point to generate free energy out of Mother Earth, representing itself in these cymatic patterns made out of stone instead of sand pebbles or grains of sand. At the heart of this knowledge is what we call today a magnetron. It's a high-frequency, high-energy generator. We use magnetrons in laser beams that can cut metal in a split second, or in death rays, Nikola Tesla's death ray. And magnetrons are used in well, as I said, laser beams or benign laser beams. But can you imagine if a small laser beam, a small magnetron and a laser beam can cut a metal plate in our factories in a split second? How much energy a magnetron made out of giant rocks 20 meters in diameter can create? And this is spectacular, because it was actually an electrical engineer that first pointed this out to me. He said some of these ruins look just like magnetrons. And I realized, oh my goodness, you're right. It's exactly what they are. Made out of silica, generating huge amounts of energy, putting it just like the magnetron with the wires into the circuit, comes out of the magnetron through the channel into the whole circuit. And that's exactly what this is, the whole Southern African stone circle thing, because they're so connected. Nothing stands alone. What they form is one giant energy grid that connects everything to anything, creating huge amounts of energy. Each circle is an energy generating device, and then you have thousands of these magnetron-like devices that actually amplify the energy beyond our wildest beliefs. I have it from several dowsers at this stage, that one of these giant magnetrons did create at its time more energy than all the power plants on Earth combined today. I know that doesn't make much sense to us sitting here today, but I believe that to be true. And the reason I believe this to be true is because we measured some of the sounds and the electromagnetic fields in these stone circles. Electromagnetic frequencies, sound, loudness of the sound, and then this thing called heat signature. Now the heat signature is something that it's the temperature in centigrade that is measured about 300 meters below the ground. It's not the temperature on the surface. Don't get confused by this. Okay, but what it does tell you is that there's some weird activity going on beneath your feet that we are not familiar with, or that doesn't compute based on our current understanding of science and physics. So when we measure heat signature of 80 degrees, it's telling us we're standing on top of a volcano. Okay, so just remember this. So we measured electromagnetic frequencies, sound frequencies. Now coming out of this circle here, the sound frequencies are more than 33.5 gigahertz, actually over there. 33.5, everywhere outside here, the ambient noise is just audible ambient noise, nothing special. The moment you go inside there, it shoots to 33.5 gigahertz. People, what I'm sharing with you here are the highest measurements of sound anywhere in the history of this planet. This has never happened before. And I don't know where else it will happen unless we go and measure the pyramids and those places with the same techniques we measured this. At 103 decibels, that's nearly, but you can't hear it. It's so high, you don't hear it. You need just to measure this takes extremely specialized tools and technology. Then outside here, the heat signature on the ground is on average 5.5 degrees. The moment we swing the device into there, it shoots up to 58 degrees, from 5.5 degrees Celsius to 58 degrees. It's insane. Something strange is happening in there that we cannot explain. And the electromagnetic activity inside the circle closest to us is operating at about 580 megahertz activity. It runs horizontally. It like creates this lid or this cover only inside the stone circle, nothing outside. The moment you enter inside, this huge electromagnetic activity starts to operate, or you start measuring it, and it runs horizontally. And this is why you lose GPS signal when you go in there. The same at Adam's calendar. When we get to Adam's calendar, everything that we think we know about science and physics flies out the window. Because as we approach it, from the right here, we are measuring 9.5 degrees heat signature. The moment we go into this imaginary circle, it shoots up to 77 degrees. From 9.5 degrees to 77 degrees. Remember I told you at 80 degrees you're standing on a volcano. Well, clearly we're not on a volcano, right? Then we measure between the two calendar stones, and it shoots up beyond 80 degrees. So now you actually are, according to the measurement, standing on top of a volcano. And yet you're not. You're standing just on the edge of a mountain with grass beneath your feet. And then we measure the sound frequencies. It's just ridiculous, because as you approach it, there's nothing, just ambient noise. As you step into that imaginary circle, and this is where we measured the highest sound recordings or frequencies ever recorded or ever mentioned on this planet. More than 375 gigahertz of sound frequencies. Until I met with Nassim Haramein on Kauai earlier in July, I still didn't believe it. And they finally explained to me how this was happening. So it was a big relief for me. So the top scientist that Nassim works with explained to me that it was actually the silica in the stone that is vibrating at these high frequencies, because normally this would not be possible. So we're actually picking it up from the stone, the silica in the stone, that is the culprit here, and that explains everything. And then we measured the electromagnetic activity, nothing outside. As you cross into the imaginary circle, it shoots to beyond 1700 megahertz activity, running horizontally again, so you lose satellite. And then when you go between the two calendar stones, right in the middle, it no longer runs horizontally, it now shoots vertically, spiraling out of the ground straight into the sky. And this is just ridiculous. We've actually measured these very recently at far higher electromagnetic fields than this. It's actually doubled up in the last measurement we've made. So I don't know what's going on, if it's being activated, or what's going on. But something strange is going on here. The measurements I've shared with you are off the charts. The frequency allocation in the United States ends at 300 gigahertz. Ends at 300. We've measured beyond 300 gigahertz activity here. So what are we dealing with here? Weird horizontal electromagnetic fields, vertical electromagnetic fields coming out of it. We're dealing with an active vortex. It is still an active vortex of some sort. We're measuring it. There's no debate about it. It's there. The sound frequencies, the electromagnetic fields, that's exactly what it is. What is the vortex for? Well, the Anunnaki were apparently taking the gold off the planet. And I doubt they were flying it off with rocket ships, as Zecharia Sitchin suggests. So when his translation or his interpretation tells us that they were beaming it skywards with rocket ships, I think that was another misinterpretation. I think they were just beaming it skywards, just like the guys in Star Trek have been beaming up people all over the place for more than 60 years. If Star Trek can beam up people, so could the Anunnaki. And they were beaming up the gold. So this brings us to the weird stone, the sacred stones that look just like donuts, and the laser technology. I discovered a guy called Daniel Nunes in New York, who makes these vortex coils, and by putting sound, audible sound from a speaker into the center of his coil, he generated over 600 volts by combining or fusing or intertwining and tube with one of these vortex coils with inert gas in it and putting sound into the center, just audible sound. He turned the gas into plasma. This is how much energy audible sound can generate. Audible sound at audible level between 200 and 1600 hertz. Right? He even got light. He even creates light from sound frequencies that he picks up with an antenna out of the air and putting into his vortex coil. He generates light. Daniel is closer to giving us free energy than anyone else I've actually heard of. right now, alive on Earth today. Unless those people that have created free energy, they have it, but they're not sharing it with us. At least Daniel is sharing it. So I realized that the weird donut-shaped stones were actually toroid vortex field generators, because they are the same shape, and anything in that same shape would not have been made by accident. And I know this because when we are coming through the border control, through Homeland Security, I brought this very special stone for Nassim Haramein. There is me handing it to him in Hawaii. Our stone that was in my bag blew or set off or fried or whatever it did the National Homeland Security's scanning devices. Louise actually overheard them, what they were saying, and they called me out of the aeroplane, onto the tarmac. My one little black suitcase, I had to open it for them, and they stood there with guns while I was opening my bag, asking me, what's in your bag? It's a security risk, security breach. And I produced the stone, and they were very confused. But all that I was thinking throughout this whole thing is, the stone works. Now, we started 5 minutes late. I'm going to run 5 minutes over this. What were the channels for between the stone circles? They were levitation channels. And I once again, because we don't have time for this, and I didn't attach the video to this laptop, go look up quantum locking, and you'll find this. How you can float and quantum lock, and how the stone circles, the channels were actually used as electromagnetic tracks that would hold these devices on there, on which they would just transport things. And I also have this from a past life regression. That is, the probability of the guy that would have known this is several billion to 1 that he would have known this. Because he's never heard of me, he's never heard of the Anunnaki, he's never heard of the stone circles in southern Africa. And yet this is what he explained in his past life regression. How he was building stone circles in South Africa, that they were mining gold, how they created them to generate sound, and how they used the channels between the circles to levitate and move material from one circle to the other. So, and this brings us to coming to the end of my part of the presentation, just to really blow your mind about the fact that we have more than 10 million stone circles around South Africa, generating incredible amounts of energy, free energy. It's there. All you got to do is figure out how to tap into it. So when people say we're looking for free energy, you can tell them, well, we found free energy, and it comes from sound. What's interesting is that this Earth grid, many of you will be familiar with it. And look, there's the nodal point right on Adam's calendar. And there's the other one on the Great Pyramids of Giza, all along the 31 degrees east longitudinal line. And we find this is fascinating because all the ancient temples and ancient ruins in the world seem to be built on these nodal points of these the crossing points of these energy lines. And then I found this here, the Sumerian tablet. And this is not a Zechariah Sitchin translation. This is from the Shoin collection in Oslo. It says, in the distant days, in those days after destinies had been decreed, after An and Enlil had set up the regulations for heaven and earth, Enki, the exalted knowing God, by the rules for heaven and earth, the fixed rules, he set up cities. So they're telling us in some way that they built these cities in ancient times on the rules, the energetic rules by which they knew that run along the planet Earth. And these rules seem to be echoed in the heavens and earth. And now we start looking at ancient temples in Egypt. And we wonder, what are these things all about? And they tell us, and this is for worshipping this god, and worshipping that goddess, and offering this, and offering that, and it just doesn't make any sense. And then I stood next to this, sorry, just go back here quickly. You can see that little piece, that little obelisk there, on the right, is this one here. And when I stood next to it and tapped on it, I realized that it rings just like a bell. It's just like the stones, the stones in the stone circles. They conduct sound. And they were energy conductors, either out of the sky and downwards or from the ground upwards. But then you realize that they're just in these temples, there are too many pillars, not enough space. And you start looking at it going, why are there too many pillars? And then you see all those weird rectangular things there with no doors and entrances, and bigger rectangular things, and even more rectangular things. And you go, it doesn't make any sense. And even the Acropolis in Greece, the Greeks didn't build the Acropolis, they inherited it, just like the Egyptians inherited the pyramids. And when you look at around the main pillars there, they're very rectangular structures that you hardly see, but if you look closely, and then there's this weird thing, too many pillars and not enough space and rooms with no entrances, and that is connected to this amphitheater here, and that amphitheater connected to that amphitheater there, and you go, hold on, and then these big things here, and they say these are the living quarters over here, and these are worship places for the people that lived over there. No, many of those things are just, it's too rectangular, it's too perfect, no doors and entrances between them. And then you see this one here, I mean, look at it, too many pillars, not enough space to do what? And then this big empty space over there, and you go, what's going on? And these two concentric circles in front of it that make you think, hold on, are we dealing with something else? And you realize that we're not dealing with temples and places of worship. What we're dealing with, look on the left here, these are just very, very large versions. They're not temples, they are templates. Templates for what? Giant energy circuits. And that's what we're dealing with, giant computer circuits that were generating the energy from the sound of Gaia and putting it into the sky and creating some sort of energetic grid around planet Earth. I'm not going to go into what this energetic grid was for, but it becomes very obvious that these are just gigantic versions of what we're using in miniature format in the most modern technology we have available today. And everything changes suddenly. No more worshipping and this temple and this goddess and that god, and then they used water. What are those pillars in these temples made of? Silica. Mostly silica in there. It's stone, granite. Granite is made up of 90% silica. And you suddenly realize that these giant things are just giant versions of these here. You know, right next to the rest of the silica of the board. And even in the Mayan culture, they anthropomorphize these energy things. So that when you put people over it, it suddenly, it hides the mystery. And then the pyramids, I mean, I've always wondered, why are these big rectangular things? It's also structured around the pyramids because they were all giant energy grids. We can start comparing it to small versions of these that we use today. And then we find out that these rules and this energy grid around the world is well known and well recognized by the military and the Air Force, and they refer to them as the rules around planet Earth in the sky. The same way that Sumerian tablet, where Enki, the exalted god, according to the fixed rules of heaven and earth, built the cities. I believe that this is what these are referring to. David Wilcock actually made this known to the world. That's the first time I saw this, and I saw this as the rules, and I suddenly went back to my clay tablets and I went, oh my goodness, he's talking about the same thing. And to finish, before I hand over to Jim, just to tell you that we are the source for generating the energy in these, because you'll find that just like at the Acropolis, here's the amphitheater, there's another amphitheater on the right there. You cram a lot of people in there, and the amphitheater is connected through channels to this entrance portal, to this large grid here, this large circuit board on top of the mountain. So you cram a lot of people in there, you get them excited, they make a hell of a racket, make a lot of noise. That's sound energy. Sound is energy. That noise is channeled through the connector channels there to the entrance portal here. It starts up this whole PC board here and sends the energy into the sky for putting this grid around planet Earth. This is why they had these long obelisks at all these ancient sites. There probably was an obelisk here as well, but it's long gone. We don't know what happened to the obelisk. I'm just suggesting that. And if you think this is just here at the Acropolis, no. There are many great examples. There's your amphitheater connected to this very badly eroded PC board here, giant PC board. And, get the people in there, let them create the noise, and you start up the engine and get the energy flowing into the sky. And there's another one. that right at the top of the mountain, there's your PC board, and there's your amphitheater. Just start it up and feed the energy up to the sky. So this is really what the history of our planet deals with. It deals with sound as a source of energy, and some mysterious things that were happening that we have no idea about, and that there's this weird grid around planet Earth. And if there's time at the end, we can talk about this grid, because it's critical to who we are and how we perceive ourselves in this reality, right here, right now, on this pale blue dot called planet Earth. And that's when we come back later, when I take over from Jim later, and we talk about contributionism. We're going to talk about what we've learned from this. So thanks for listening. I'm going to hand back to Jim now. We're going to take about a 5 to 10 minute break. There are some snacks through there, and there's some water there and coffee as well. Please don't bring anything other than water in here.
Okay, all right, is this on?
No, here.
No, it's not on. Let me go there. Oh, what's that thing? Oh, I'm talking to that. There we go. I didn't have the thing. Okay, consider the Bible. Where the lamb sheep horns began to blow, the trumpets began to sound, they marched around the city 7 times, and the walls came tumbling down. Early days sonic cannon. Okay? Michael, thank you so much. We got more to go. All right, assuming that Michael Tellinger's telling us the truth, and there were these ancient astronauts on the planet thousands of years ago using this advanced technology, that raises a pretty good question. Well, wait a minute. Did they all leave at some point? Or are some of them still here? Well, how do we answer that? Well, it's pretty simple. Which button do I push here? Where am I here? Okay. It's pretty simple because you simply look at history. If history is, as we've been told, and it's just a slow evolutionary climb from hunter-gatherers and cave-dwellers to farmers to city-states, nations, empires, then, you know, there shouldn't be anything in the record. But as we're going to find out, there's plenty of alternative information in the record. Now, if there were ETs on the planet long ago, then you have to figure they're going to be like Charlton Heston on the Planet of the Apes, right? He knows he's from somewhere else. He knows he has advanced technology. You don't want to be just another ape. You want to control the Planet of the Apes. But how do you control 3 billion apes? Well, you don't, not physically. So you have to come up with control mechanisms. And the 2 time-honored methods of control are religion and money. All right? And it starts with the knowledge. You know who you are, you know where you came from, you know where the humans came from, so all you got to do is figure out how to control them. And you do it with religion. That goes all the way back, okay? And you can see how that got started. That's easy enough. If one of you today went back to, say, just 1860, okay, and you had one of those little handheld color TV sets that you can get at Radio Shack, and it was working, and you showed it to a person of 1860 and said, here, I just took your picture with my camcorder, it's on my little cell phone, and hey, look at it here on the TV screen, they're going to say, whoa, you're magical, you know? And then you go further back where you got humans that were just eating berries and, you know, barely making it, and you can fly through the air, and you can destroy whole cities with a single weapon. You know, you're a god. But you don't want to rub elbows with the masses, you know, the proletariat. You don't want to dirty your hands. So you appoint people to represent you. And these become the priesthood. And the priesthood do pretty well for themselves. And even if you leave, they still want to maintain their power control and their good life. So they say, well, I can intercede with the God, because I can communicate with the God, so you have to listen to me. And if all that sounds pretty primitive, keep in mind, it was within our lifetime, within the 1960s, that the Catholic Church finally quit doing their services in Latin, so that nobody could understand it except the clergy and the people who'd studied Latin. So religion is a time-honored means of control. But then now we've got it tied in with finances. Jesus, the Prince of Peace. When's the one time he actually got mad and got violent with somebody? When he threw the money changers out. And where were the money changers? Were they in the bank? No, they were in the temple. Because religion and finances concurrently evolved and are intertwined. That's why at the time of the Middle Ages, when the universal church, the Catholic Church, the Roman Church, became the religion in the Western world, even the kings and queens were indebted to the church. That's where they borrowed their money. That's where they got their legitimacy. All right? And of course, the poor folks, you had to go to confession. You had to tell everything you knew. You had to tell what all your neighbors were doing. And it was a better system than the Gestapo. But it was still a control mechanism. Now, again, the question is, are these gods still with us? Well, again, let's look at history and figure out, do we find evidence of them? Yes, we do. One of the things that's really amazed me when I started researching all this was that I was not a stupid person. I got a college degree, and I actually paid attention in history classes because I kind of was interested in that. So I knew all about the Babylonians and the Akkadians and the Phoenicians and the Assyrians, but I thought these were separate civilizations. And it's really amazing when you realize that no, these are just different names for the same degraded civilization. And it started with the Sumerians between the Tigris and Euphrates River, which is now in the one place on the world that you just can't freely go to, Iraq. All right? And then it spread to the coast. There's your Phoenicians. And then it degraded further, became Babylon. And then it just kept going. All you got to do is look at the different names of the, quote, gods, and you find that they're actually talking about the same thing. Let's just go down to, say, the warrior rival of the main gods. In the Sumerian, that would be Marduk, the son of Enki. In Egyptian, that's Horus. The Greek is Ares, and the Roman god of war was Mars. It's all the same personality, it's all the same character, it's just different language. Same thing with Enki. He is Osiris in the Egyptian, Apollo in the Greek, and Vulcan in the Roman. And then the same thing with the Earth Mother, or the warrior goddess of love, which would be Ninharshug in Sumerian, Isis in the Egyptian, Athena in the Greek, Minerva in the Roman. Again, the same person, the same identity, just different names. I was really interested to learn that we all know the sky gods of the Greeks were the Titans. Well, in the cuneiform tablets of the Sumerians, we find that the word for those who live in the heavens is Titan. Same deal. Same deal. We know about Solomon's treasure, where the Hebrews traveled through the wilderness for 40 years, conquering all these city-states. That has always kind of chafed on me, believing in a God of love, that their God told them, go around and kick everybody's ass, you know, take whatever they've got. Wait a minute, that doesn't sound like the God that David was taught about. And we also find that when they stopped and built this Solomon's temple, it was a pretty big structure, but the worship place was only a little place at the back. The rest of it was to store all this treasure they gathered up over 40 years, which was true treasure, wealth, gold, silver, precious stones, but also a wealth of knowledge, text, scrolls, the ancient technology that Michael Tellinger was talking about. It also surprised me to learn that Solomon's temple was a carbon copy of a Sumerian temple dedicated to the god Ninurta. All right, so in other words, we see the ongoing common thread that beginning with the sky gods and ending up with the mythology, as we have come to learn it, of the Greeks and the Romans and the Egyptians. Well, so how did the Egyptians get it? All right, we know they got it from Abraham, the patriarch of not only the Palestinian Jews, but also the Palestinians. If you want to throw somebody off and you're talking about the New World Order and you're talking about the Rothschilds or whatever, and they say, oh, well, you're just against the Jews, you're an anti-Semite. Throw them off. Say, no, I like Arabs. Why? Because the Palestinians are Semites. okay? And there are Semitic Jews in Israel, but most of them have immigrated from Eastern Europe, Germany, came there after World War II to create the State of Israel, and they are Jews because they embrace Judaism, but they are not Hebrews, they are not Semites, and they have no particular claim to Palestine. More on that a little later. So Abraham, who in the Bible tells us came from Ur of Chaldea, and Ur was one of the major Sumerian cities, he's the one who brought the knowledge of the ancient Sumerians into Egypt, and bingo, they had a huge civilization going. In fact, those of you who've studied Egyptology realize the earliest dynasties are the most sophisticated. It degraded as it went along. One of the things we learn about is the mafus, or the shamana, the conical bread that they would give to the pharaohs, and this is described in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and on their steps to the afterlife they'd always stop and say, what is it? Well, what it was apparently is orme, or orbitally rearranged monatomic elements, also known as the white powder of gold. It's found in every metal, and in fact you eat some and drink some every time you take something. These are single atoms minerals. Interestingly enough, orme, or O-R-M-E in Hebrew, means the tree of life. And we find that it has special properties. They've only discovered these monatomic elements within the past 10 years or so. And what they find is when you put some of this, you can take gold, and through a smelting process, it can be reduced to a fine white powder. And when you put the powder on a scale, the scale weighs 44% less than it did before you put the powder in it. So it's got anti-gravity properties. Now, we also know that as the Israelites are traveling through the desert, they would wake up in the morning, they'd find white powder lying around the ground. They'd gather it up, and they'd mix it with a little water, and they'd bake it into little cakes, and they'd bake it, and this was their bread. And they called it manna. But manna in ancient Hebrew means, what is it? They didn't know what it was, but it sustained them, and it helped them stay healthy. Now, you can go on the internet right now, and you can Google in white powder of gold, and you're going to find it all over the place, and there's plenty of people willing to sell you a vial for 50 or 60 bucks or more. Please be careful, okay? Because you need to study. If you decide you want to try some of this stuff, you need to study it out. You need to know what it is. You need to know where it came from, and you need to trust your source. Don't just go buying anything and everything. Now, it's interesting, again in the Bible, we find that when Moses went up on the mountain to get the Ten Commandments, which he immediately broke, and I mean literally, had to go back and say, God, will you give me some more? I broke the first set, and his Lord says, no, you just have to rewrite them from memory, which he did, and that worries me. So, you know what happens when you try to do something from memory. But and the reason he broke them is because when he came down the mountain, he found the children of Israel had taken all their gold, which they knew had some kind of mystical, magical property, but they weren't sure how or what, because they weren't clued in to this ancient Sumerian knowledge. And they had formed it into a golden calf, and they were worshiping it. And this really made Moses mad, and he threw the tablets down, he broke them, and you can read right in the Bible, it says his anger burned hot. And he threw the tables out of his hand, he broke them at the foot of the mountain, and then he took the calf which they had made, burned it with fire, ground it to a powder, and made the people of Israel drink it. Well, now, it couldn't have been molten gold, because that would have killed them, and that didn't happen. So what did he do? He made the white powder of gold. And we know where now, because in 1904, the British archaeologist Sir William Petrie discovered on Mount Horeb, the southern part of the Sinai Peninsula, which is also known as the Mount of Moses, what he called an ancient Egyptian temple that contained a smelting operation within it. And while he was there excavating and looking around, they pried open some of the flagstones, and what he found underneath it? White powder. But he didn't know what it was. Nobody else did either, so they just left it open, and the winds came, blew it all away, and it was all gone, you know. But again, here is more evidence of this ancient technology. This can also explain, we all seen pictures of the Ark of the Covenant, and we all know that if you touch the Ark, you could die, and that they used it not only as a weapon to send energy against their enemies, but also as a communication device. The voice of God came from under the mercy seat, or the lid. We also know that they describe it as being 3.5 inches thick and made of pure gold, estimated to weigh 2,714 pounds. That's more than a ton. How does 4 or even 6 men carry a ton around? Well, they can't. But if it's filled with a white powder of gold, which is suggested it was, then they're not carrying it, they're just guiding it, okay? Because it's floating almost, because it's got the anti-gravity white powder in it, so they're guiding it along. And this explains a lot about the Ark of the Covenant, which apparently was a low-frequency wave, light wave superconductor, capable of creating a Meissner field. And this secret has been passed along through the underground stream of knowledge through the secret societies, which had to be careful of what they said because they didn't want to incur the wrath of the church. And so it's all been handed down as various mysteries and various secrets. And as you can see in the big picture down here, this was the Ark of the Covenant prominently displayed at a Knights Templars meeting in Paris in the year 1147. And then up here we have the representation of it in the Royal Ark Room of the George Washington Masonic National Memorial in Alexandria, Virginia. So, we see, too, that all of Western civilization has been one big westward movement. It starts from the Fertile Crescent, which in the Sumerians, they described it as Eden, okay? And then the people moved north into the Caucasus Mountain regions, and then into what's now Russia, Eastern Europe, on over to England, went south to Palestine, Egypt, Greece, Rome, France, England, and then in the 19th century, of course, the eastern coast of America had been settled, and then they all moved west. And today we filled up North America. Why was everybody moving? Weren't they content to stay home? Historians make no secret about it. Everybody, all of Western civilization has been one continuous movement to the west. Why? People were trying to escape religious and political tyranny. So in the past, when they tried to, king's troops came around and they tried to corral you and get your taxes and everything else, everybody just moved. But folks, there's no place to go today. We filled it up. You can't live in the Pacific Ocean, and Japan and China are already spoken for. So it's time, you're going to have to stand and fight now. You're going to have to tell them no. During the Middle Ages, we all know about the alchemists and how that they were searching for the mystery of gold and how to transmute base metals into gold. Well, they knew something was going on, and they kind of knew that you could take gold and turn it into something pretty fantastical, but they really weren't sure what it was. Although Irenaeus Philothothes, or Thomas Vaughan, a 17th century alchemist, wrote, "Our stone is nothing but gold, digested to the highest degree of purity and subtle fixation, a very fine powder." So they kind of understood it, but they had lost the secrets of how to do this. And so when you hear about the philosopher's stone that they were all searching, what they were really trying to find was the secret of monatomic gold. Now, I'm going to digress slightly, but you're going to find this really interesting. Part of that underground stream of knowledge ended up among the, through the Rosicrucians and through the early Knights Templars and into Freemasonry. And in Elizabethan England, this was centered in Sir Francis Bacon and his Invisible College, Christopher Wren and Johnson and others who, because of their Masonic associations, had some of this knowledge that had been passed down through the Sumerians. It's been said, and I tend to believe this, that Bacon was the illegitimate son of Queen Elizabeth I, okay? But she is known as the Virgin Queen, so she couldn't have a son. That would be untoward. So when she dropped out of sight and delivered this child, she handed him over to one of her closest friends and associates, the Bacons, and they raised him. But she wanted to be near his son, so you'll find that she moved her summer palace next door to the Bacons. So she was on hand to watch her son grow up. And Bacon then was also given special privileges, special education. He was well groomed in court manners and the etiquette of the court and all of the knowledge and languages, everything else. He was one of the most brilliant people of the time. In fact, you can actually credit Bacon and his book, The New Atlantis, as for probably initiating the movement to colonize North America. That was going to be the New Atlantis. But also, what is very little known is that King James came along, and King James, as you all know if you've been to church or been to your Bible school class, the Bible that we mostly work with today is the Bible according to King James. Well, King James hired 45 scholars to interpret and combine the books of the Bible, toss out the ones that they didn't think fit with theology, and that's why we get the Bible according to King James. But he had a 46th person heading this group, and that was Sir Francis Bacon. So it's Sir Francis Bacon who actually has given us the King James Bible. King James didn't care a whole lot about that, and he wasn't that literate anyway. But Bacon certainly was. Now, it's been alleged that Sir Francis Bacon and his Invisible College are the true authors of the Shakespeare material. Because if you go and really study, you're going to find that William Shakespeare was indeed born on Stratford-on-Avon. He did go to London. He was associated with the theater there, but he was illiterate. In fact, the only thing we have in existence that can be definitely shown that he wrote was his last will and testament, and he gave a second-hand bed to his wife and misspelled his name. And his daughters were illiterate too. So he could not have written the Shakespeare material, which, by the way, there was no real description of Shakespeare for about 200 years after he supposedly lived. And the whole thing was because it was Francis Bacon and his buddies that were writing the Shakespeare material, and they were doing it the same reason that Jeff Rentz and Alex Jones and me and others are trying to tell you folks things today. They didn't want to get in trouble with the authorities, but they wanted to tell people the truth. The people at the time of Shakespeare probably truly believed that King Macbeth inherited the kingship when poor old King Duncan just died in his sleep. They gave us Macbeth, and they showed no, it was Macbeth, and Lady Macbeth had poured poison in his ear, poisoned him, coup d'etat, took over. So they're telling people the truth. And to do that, of course, to get people to stay in their seats and pay attention to the truth, you also have to entertain them. So they gave us some comedies, but they also gave us some dramas that were actually telling the truth about England's history. But if they'd done it under their own names, they probably would have lost their head, because even though I think everybody connected to Queen Elizabeth and including the Queen herself knew what was going on, it was kind of an open secret. Just like there were people in high levels in Washington, D.C. who in 1962 knew that President Kennedy was having an affair with Marilyn Monroe, but we just don't say anything about that. And this was the same deal. Now, you say, well, that's a cockamamie theory, how are we going to believe that? Well, I would point you to go to the Bible, look at Psalms 46. 46, that's the number of the people working on the Bible. Go 46 words in from the front, you're going to find the word shake. Go 46 words from the end, and you find the word spear. This was Bacon's way of giving us a little clue as to who was doing the Bible. I just thought that was kind of interesting. Thought I'd share that with you. Now, again, now we go back to the 10th century, and we find that between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea was the Khazarian Empire. And this was made up of people who had migrated up from Mesopotamia, probably after the great destruction and death that occurred there. According to the Sumerian tablets, after these giant weapons were used in a war, Stitchin calls it the wars of gods and men, there was a cloud that passed over Mesopotamia and everything died. The animals, the plants, people, and they fled this, okay? So a lot of them went into Egypt, and a lot of them went up north into the Caucasus Mountain region, and there they interbred with the Mongols and produced the Khazarian people. And by the 10th century, they had grown pretty powerful because they were sitting there straddling the Silk Road. That was the connection, the caravan routes between the West and the East. Okay? Now, by then they had a king, and they had an aristocracy. And these people had gotten quite wealthy raiding these caravans to the point to where they were thinking, wait a minute, surely there's a better way of making some money without endangering ourselves raiding caravans. So what can we do? And they said, well, we've got a great idea. We're right here on the Silk Road and at the crossroads of these caravans going to east and west. Let's loan them money at interest, and let's exchange money, and let's make money through money. Again, the second most oldest control mechanism of the ETs. But they had a problem, because at that time in the Khazarian Empire, it was about a third Christian, a third Muslim, and a third Jewish. And the Muslims and the Christians said charging interest on a loan is sinful. That's usury. Some of you younger people probably never even heard the word usury. It used to be in the Texas Constitution. When I started work as a reporter in the 60s, the Texas Constitution said if you charge more than 6% interest, that was usury, and you're in violation of the law. They could put you in jail. But then the banks prevailed, and it went up to 8%. They had to change the Constitution. Then it went up to 10%. They had to change the Constitution. Got up to about 14, 16%, and went, oh, heck with it, and they took it out. And that's why today most of you are probably paying 22% or more on your credit cards. It is sinful. And that gets back into what Michael was talking about, control through money. All right, so the king of Khazaria says, well, wait a minute, hey, we're Jewish. He just decided he'd convert to Judaism, and therefore they could charge interest on a loan and not be accused of being sinful and you know. And at that time, when the king converted, kind of like Constantine, when he became a Christian, everybody in the Roman Empire became Christian. Same thing here in the Khazarian Empire. When the king became a Jew, they all became Jews. And I'm not putting them down for their religion. Everybody's free to worship any religion they want. Sammy Davis Jr. was Jewish. Or he professed Judaism. He was a Jew. He certainly wasn't a Hebrew, was he? He didn't come from Palestine, and that's the same thing here. And these Khazarian Jews, after the Russes came in and they broke up the Khazarian Empire, a lot of them fled into Eastern Europe. And this, according to the Jewish Encyclopedia, they were the forerunners and the ancestors of the Rothschilds and the Rothschild banking dynasty that is still a premier banking force in the world. And I won't go into the whole history of the Rothschilds. You can find that in my book, Ruled by Secrecy. But they are the ones who began to refine the methods of taking over whole countries by taking charge of their money supply. Now, according to one of their best biographers, he never could understand why they didn't try to make a move in North America. And in fact, back in the early 1800s, they sent James Rothschild to the North America, and he went back and reported. He said, man, what a land of opportunity. They got all these minerals, they got all these resources. We need to, you know, we need to move in over there and get control. But at that time, they were already coming under severe criticism because of Napoleon, the Napoleonic Wars, the 100 Years of Wars. They were in big trouble with the people in Europe because they were beginning to figure out that these people were manipulating currencies, creating wars, creating conflicts, depressions, and deflation and inflation and everything else. So I think they said, we don't want to open ourselves up to that in North America, so they found front men. And who was that? Well, the late 1800s, John D. Rockefeller, who started off, Sr., who started off as a patent medicine salesman selling a cancer cure, which didn't work, got his start in the oil business through money that he borrowed from the Bank of Cleveland. And with that, he parlayed that into his Standard Oil empire and bought into railroad stocks and worked deals with Edward Harriman, the railroad magnate. And by the late 1800s, say 1898, he controlled about 98% of the petroleum industry in the world. And we all know about the Rockefellers. And he got the money through the Bank of Cleveland, a registered Rothschild bank. So in other words, the Rothschilds bankrolled the Rockefellers, and that's where that money came from, and they have been operating on their behalf ever since. And the Rothschilds, they know about all this stuff that I'm telling you. You may not know about it. Your neighbors certainly don't know about it. But they claim, the Rothschilds claim to be the descendants of the Sumerian god king Nimrod. In fact, in the 20s, they named one of the Rothschild kids Nimrod. So they know this stuff. Paul Warburg, here circled, grew up in Frankfurt, Germany, and was one of the families associated with the Rothschilds. They were all there in the banking industry, and he came over to the United States right after the turn of the 20th century, and was on hand for the 1912 meeting at Jekyll Island off the coast of Georgia, where they plotted to create the Federal Reserve System, our central bank, an issue that had been a bone of contention since the Constitution was founded. Jefferson and others said, we don't want a central bank. Every time one of those has been set up, it's caused nothing but problems. But Hamilton, the rich guy, said, no, only rich people know how to handle money. We need a central bank. So they had the old Bank of the United States and the Bank of North America, central banks, and every time they set one of these up, people got in trouble. They lost their farms. Inflation took off. There was greed. There was corruption. So by the time of Andrew Jackson in the 1830s, they did away with the central bank. Okay, so they worked hard to get this back in place, and by 1913, when they got Woodrow Wilson in as president, first thing he did was run through the Federal Reserve System, and they passed it through, ran it through a Congress on a Christmas Eve when most of them were out of town and their minds were obviously elsewhere. It's kind of like what's happening today. Just the other day, they introduced a 600-page bill in Congress, and they gave it to them that morning, and they wanted them to vote on it by that afternoon. You can't read 600 pages. They're not even reading this stuff that they're passing. It's affecting all of us. Okay? We need to get rid of every person up in Washington, D.C., just if for no other reason, just send a message. I think it was Einstein who said that, the definition of stupidity is repeating the same experiment over and over and expecting a different result. Well, everybody I know says they're not happy with the way America's going, and they'd like to see true change. Okay? And yet they go out and vote the same jerks back into office up there. What do they expect? Come on. So now we got Paul Warburg. He comes from Germany. He's helped set up our central bank, our Federal Reserve Bank. And by the way, some of you older folks may recall, I know all my life you never heard the term central bank. It was the Federal Reserve System or whatever. It's only been in the past 15 years or so that all of a sudden the news says the central bank today, reduced interest rates by 2 points or whatever. Okay, now it's just like they just tell us central bank. Anybody remember voting for a central bank? No, this was run in on us. All right, and we need to do away with it. By the way, December, the 100-year license, the 100-year charter for the Federal Reserve System is up. You need to start contacting your representatives and your senators right now and tell them don't renew it. That's all we got to do. We don't have to vote anybody out. We don't have to lose anything. Just tell them, forget the Federal Reserve System. We can go back and we do like Kennedy did in June of 1963 when he issued $4.6 billion in United States notes, and I have several in my collection, and they got red ink, and instead of saying Federal Reserve note, it says United States note. And it was based on silver that the government had on hand, and these are called silver certificates. And what's the difference between a Federal Reserve note, $5 bill, and a United States note, $5 bill? It's still got the same spending power, but we don't pay interest on it. And we all know that the interest is eating us up. We're never going to pay off the $16 trillion national debt because the bulk of the money the government's paying out every year is not going to us or to improvements or to infrastructure. It's going to retire the national debt. In other words, pay interest to these international bankers. And have they come out of their pocket with money to give to us and we owe them something? No, they create this stuff out of thin air. They just mark down things on paper, and today it's just computer blips, and then they charge us interest for it. How insane is that? Money control. So Paul Warburg helped set that system up, and by the time of World War I, he was in charge of our war finances for World War I. Meanwhile, his brother, Max Warburg here, was head of M.M. Warburg Company and principal stockholder of the Reich Bank in Germany. He was a co-founder of the IG Farben Combine. He was also connected to German intelligence and helped move Lenin through wartime Germany to knock Russia out of the war and get the Russian Revolution going. And he was a board member of Hamburg America Steamship Line, which during World War II was the main conduit of Nazi propaganda and saboteurs into our country. And sitting with him on the board of Hamburg America Steamship Line was Prescott Bush, the grandfather of George W., the father of George Herbert Walker Bush. Okay, and in fact, in late 1942, Prescott Bush was prosecuted under the Trading with the Enemies Act for his activities as a director of Union Banking Corporation as being nothing but a financial frontman for Hitler and the Nazis. And that's why, although he was a powerful senator from Connecticut and had helped create the CIA, the people in Connecticut got wise to him, so he had to leave, and where'd they come? They came here. They came to Texas. And they bought their way in and bought their way into the oil business. And now everybody in the world thinks the Bushes are Texas oil men. They're Yankee carpetbaggers. That's what they are. And so you have both Warburgs playing both sides of World War I. And we see it continuing. Russian Revolution of 1917. The bulk of the money, according to Woodrow Wilson, that went from the United States to Russia at the time of the revolution did not go to the White Russians or the Kerensky government. It went to the Bolsheviks, which were the forerunners of the communists. And the thing is, people over here at that time were a little better educated. They actually kind of knew what was going on. This cartoon from the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, 1911, shows Karl Marx shaking hands with all the Wall Street gang, including the Rockefellers and the Morgans and all of them. They created communism. Why? Because I think that they were going to set up a balance here. You're going to have a communist, a socialist East versus a capitalist West, and they're going to play them off against each other for maximum control and profit. Now, you all ought to understand this because most of us lived through it. It was called the Cold War. But it got postponed. Why? Because Stalin took over and started and allowed them to set up the International, and instead of keeping this socialism confined to Russia, they started talking about workers of the world unite. And all of a sudden, communism looked like it was trying to spread worldwide, and they didn't want that. So they went into Germany and they found an army intelligence agent who couldn't make it as an artist and was making money on the side by going and snitching on various political groups, and he went to the meeting of 9 people who had formed the German Workers' Party, and he went back and reported to Captain Meyer, and he said, I think you're going to like these folks. They think the Jews stabbed us in the back in World War I, and they want to see Germany rearm, and they want another powerful Germany. And so the military, and then the Thule Gesellschaft, or the Thule Society, made up of industrialists and wealthy people there in Germany, started backing this Army intelligence agent, and of course that was Adolf Hitler. And the Nazi platform, the Communist platform, and the Bavarian Illuminati, their platforms are all the same. I'm going to leave this up for a minute so you can read this, and when you read this, you're going to start realizing, hey, that sounds like us today. This is exactly what they're doing. All right? But they had to stop communism, so they created National Socialism in Germany. Now, in German, that's National Sozialistic. Okay, so the acronym in the German language is Nazi. That's where the Nazis came from. And you think, well, the Nazis and the communists were bitter enemies. Well, yes, they were. But not because of political differences. They were the same, and they were both forms of socialism. But the communists wanted worldwide socialism, Marxist socialism, and Hitler wanted National Socialism, and the international bankers wanted National Socialism because therefore it could be contained within national boundaries. And of course, their main method of operation is through the Hegelian dialectic. Now, George Hegel was a German philosopher, and he came up with thesis versus antithesis equals synthesis, which is a fancy way of saying problem, reaction, solution. Let's say you and I decide we want to go take in a movie. Well, you want to go see movie A, and I say, no, I want to go see movie B. All right, there, we've got a problem. And so we hash it out, and we go through the reactions. Well, here's why I want to go see that. And you say, well, that's why I want to go see that. And finally, we decide, okay, we'll compromise, and we'll go see movie C. That's synthesis. But these people, these would-be rulers, these wealthy elite, they're not dumb. And they figured out, hey, why wait around for a problem? We'll create the problem. And then we'll offer a draconian solution. And when everybody says, oh, no, we can't do that, then we'll say, well, okay, we'll settle for this. And we've made another step forward. And all we got to do is keep repeating that process, and pretty soon we'll have control. And so, as I mentioned, the companies in America, the companies in Germany, even the Bank of England, they bankrolled Hitler, and off we went. By the way, the attorneys for the Nazi Schroeder Bank, and Kurt von Schroeder was the largest contributor of money to Hitler. His law firm was Sullivan and Cromwell, and the lawyers who was working on his behalf prior to World War II were John Foster Dulles and his brother Allen Dulles. All right. Also in the 1930s, John J. McCloy was CEO of City National Bank, which is today Citicorp, and they were the largest lenders of money to the Nazi government. So at the end of the war, we beat the German military, but the Nazis never surrendered. They just moved over here. And John J. McCloy became High Commissioner of Germany, and his protege, Allen Dulles, became the longest-serving CIA director, and he whitewashed their pro-Nazi backgrounds. And this is why we have, in recent years, moved into what we hear on the media as neoconservatism, but that's just a prettied-up new phrase for National Socialism. What happened to Solomon's treasure? I'm going to make this real quick because we don't have that much time. A German kid by the name of Otto Rahn in the 1920s traveled around in southern France because he was really interested in the Cathars. You might want to read about the Cathars and how the church wiped them out in the Albigensian Crusade way back there. And they believed differently than the church because they said they had documents and they had texts that actually came from the Holy Land. He wrote a book called The Crusade Against the Grail, which brought him the attention of Heinrich Himmler, head of the SS. They recruited him, and I think through Otto Rahn, they began to get a line on Solomon's treasure, which had been picked up first by the Romans during the occupation of Jerusalem in about 10 A.D., and then, 70 A.D., and then they took it back to Rome, where it was picked up 400 years later by Alaric the Goth, who then took that treasure back to the Languedoc region of southern France. Some of you know about the mystery of Rennes-le-Château, the little village there in southern France, and where the priests suddenly became very wealthy, and they realized that they had a lot of information that went contrary to biblical teaching, or at least to the Roman Church. Well, this was it. He had a line on Solomon's treasure. And at the end of World War II, on March 14th, 1944, Otto Skorzeny, excuse me, Hitler's chief commando, led some SS troopers to the southern France, and they recovered Solomon's treasure. And this, along with all the other Nazi loot, look at this. This was a gold hoard of Nazi gold that they recovered at the end of the war. This is just what they recovered. They didn't recover most of it. Most of it all got away through Action Adlerflucht, or eagle flight. And Martin Bormann, who pretty much was running the thing, Hitler was pretty sick. Hermann Schmitz, the head of the IG Farbenkombine, and Dr. Abs, who was head of the German Central Bank, they met in August of 1944, and they created Interhandel, the interhandling of things, and Action Eagle Flight. And they took patent, gold, silver, everything worth anything, scientists, licenses, and they took it all out of Germany. They created 750 corporations all around the world, usually fronted by a local person, okay? And this is the Nazi International that we have on our hands right now today. They all got out through the Nazi rat lines, and largely on the Vatican passports, because the Vatican was all for them. The Korea came along, and again we see them handling the war on both ends. It was Russian generals that were running the United Nations office that was running the war for the Allies in Korea, and it was Russian generals that were advising the North Koreans on to go ahead and attack the South, etc., etc. So again, we see people running the wars on both sides. Folks, the same thing's still going on today. If you really believe that Assad is gassing his own people over there, then you just swallowed the pill, okay? Have we forgotten light at the end of the tunnel in Vietnam? Have we forgotten the babies thrown out of the incubators in Kuwait? Have we forgotten weapons of mass destruction? What, so we're going to risk World War III by attacking Syria when we don't even know for sure what's happened? Is there really a news media in this country? No. Again, back to Vietnam, we could go on, but let's get on through here. The technology, they got hold of that. They got hold of technology from the Nazis, and they held on to it. This is an article I have from the early 1954, I believe. You got Lawrence Bell, a Bell helicopter. You got William Lear, who developed the Learjet, and they're all talking about the next generation of aircraft are going to be anti-gravity. And then it goes dark. And today, you go to some reputable scientist and mention anti-gravity, and they'll laugh you out of the room because, well, we know that doesn't exist. Can't have that. Sure you can. We just can't have it. You ready for this? How did the Nazis get away with this? Because they had the atom bomb. I've got in my files a 1942 blast radius study of the Luftwaffe, 1942, for an atomic blast on Manhattan Island. Okay, they had the bomb, but the problem was by the end of the war, they still had not developed a competent, credible, and accurate delivery system. We all know about the V-1 bombs, V-2 bombs, and their guidance system was they loaded them with just enough fuel to get over London, and then they run out of fuel, and they drop like a bomb. They're pretty crude. So they didn't have enough guidance, they didn't have an accurate enough guidance system to get them to New York or whatever. And besides that, by the spring of 1945, the Russians are pouring in from the east and Allies pouring in from the west, and they knew then that if they had dropped an atom bomb on Paris or London or New York, that we would have just devastated Germany. We would have left no stone unturned, and nobody wanted that. They wanted Germany to be part of the global financial system. So what did they do? They sent the U-boat, U-234, over, and it carried 2 Me-262 jet fighters, the world's first jet fighters, disassembled, 10 gold-lined cylinders of uranium, 560 kilograms, and Dr. Heinz Schlichte and his infrared proximity fuses. Two things in early 1945. Roosevelt was told that we were using centrifuges to enrich uranium, and it was a very slow, tedious process, and we only had enough enriched uranium for 1 atomic bomb, and of course we had to test it. Also, we didn't have fuses fast enough to set off an atomic reaction, but Dr. Schlichter did. So on May the 14th, 1945, this U-234 is taken into captivity. This stuff disappears, and let's look at the timeline. On July the 16th, after they got hold of this enriched uranium and the fuses, we set off our first atomic bomb in Alamogordo, New Mexico, and that very day, it's like, aha, it works. The USS Indianapolis takes off for Tinian. On July the 26th, it arrives at Tinian, and they begin to work putting together the first atomic bomb. And then on August the 6th, they take off and they bomb Hiroshima, and a few days later, they bomb Nagasaki. Where'd they get the uranium? They got it from the Nazis. They swapped us nuclear technology in exchange for immunity. They also had flying saucers on the drawing boards. And they also had other things. They had the Bell. This is a rotating vortex energy manipulation device. And where did they get this unearthly device? Because we know about remote viewing now. Well, the Nazis were using the same thing. They were using psychic research and under the auspices of a program called MAGIC. And I find that really interesting because those of you that have studied the UFO field, you know that the group in charge of the UFO issue in this country early on was Magic 12. And then they changed it to Majestic 12, probably to distract us so we wouldn't be thinking about this direct connection to the Nazi program. And so where were they getting all this stuff? Well, we've seen the Indiana Jones movies. The Nazis went all over the world getting all of this ancient technology and ancient knowledge. And where was all of human history was gathered in one place, primarily one place, and that was the Iraqi National Museum. In fact, I have in my files newspaper articles from 1999, 2000, said they were making amazing new discoveries in Iraq, in the ancient Sumerian cities of Uruk and Ur. And these were done by French and German archaeology teams. And I find that really, really interesting because if you'll think back, France and Germany were the two countries most opposed to our invasion of Iraq. They even think they found the tomb of Gilgamesh, who has long thought to be a mythological character, but now they're pretty much convinced that he was actually a real person. Now let's go back again to the Bible, because Saddam Hussein believed himself to be the reincarnated Nebuchadnezzar. The mainstream media told us this, and he was rebuilding Babylon. So he was probably well aware and very interested in trying to regain this ancient ET technology. So let's look at King Nebuchadnezzar. What was that story all about? We'll go back and read Daniel, and you find that he built a structure out of gold. Now, it's come down to us as a fiery furnace, but obviously that wasn't it, because people would go in and come out. Of course, his people would die. So apparently he was creating an energy field, very similar to what Michael Tellinger was describing, only perhaps more intense. So Nebuchadnezzar then goes down to Palestine and brings the three Hebrew priests up there, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and he says, I want you to make this work, because he knew the Hebrews had the Kabbalah and other ancient writings, and that they may have knowledge of this technology. And they said, well, you're not our king, and you don't believe in our God. We're not going to, work for you. He said, well, I'm going to throw you in there, and you're either going to make it work or you're going to die. But interestingly enough, you read closely, they didn't just throw them in. It says first they donned their hats, coats, and other garments. What's that got to do with anything? Did they put on radiation suits? But the key thing is that after a while, he didn't want to get anywhere near it. So Nebuchadnezzar says, are they in there? And his minions say, yes, O king. You put three in there, now there's four people in there. A fourth person? Who's the fourth person? He said, well, who's that? And they said, it's a son of God. And that's all we get. We don't know what happened after that. We don't know who that was, where he came from, or what happened to him. Obviously, they had created a stargate, or a wormhole, or an energy field through the space-time thing. But whatever it was, it really impressed old Nebuchadnezzar, because he put Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in charge of Babylon. So here again is further evidence of these ET technology in the ancient past. Never mind Ezekiel and his flying wheel. UFO. Now that leads us to the war in Iraq. towards the end, Saddam Hussein said, okay, weapons inspectors can come on in. Our own weapons inspector, Scott Ritter, said, hey, they don't have any weapons of mass destruction. And Bush said, I don't care, we're going to attack anyway. So sure enough, in April 2002, boom, we attacked Iraq. Now, and a lot of you may not remember this, but there were more people demonstrating against our attack of Iraq than ever demonstrated against the war in Vietnam. But it didn't get any coverage, okay? So how did we get in that war? Well, Hermann Goering explained it quite well at Nuremberg. He said, well, of course, people don't want war. That's understood. But after all, it's the leaders of the country who determine the policy. And it's always a simple matter to drag the people along. Voice or no voice, the people can always be brought to the bidding of the leaders. That's easy. All you have to do is tell them they're being attacked and denounce the pacifist for lack of patriotism and exposing the country to danger. Does that sound familiar? Yeah. You know, I guess I'm a potential enemy combatant because I'm sitting there trying to speak my truth. You can't do it anymore. This is 1984. It's just a little late. Okay, so we attacked Iraq, and what happened there? We looted the Iraqi National Museum. Oh, but we managed to guard the oil ministry. Colonel Matthew Bogdanos, who investigated this looting for General Tommy Frank, said the basement is what we've been calling the inside job, and I'll say it like a mantra. It's inconceivable that the basement was breached and the items stolen without an intimate knowledge of the museum. And from there, about 10,000 pieces were taken, and we've only recovered about 650 approximately. Okay? And they still don't have it. This was an op. We went in there, we made a beeline for Baghdad. They hired a crowd to act like rowdy looters. They went in, ransacked the place while the operatives went straight to the basement. They found some glass cutters that were not commercially available in Iraq. Some of the cases had been mysteriously unlocked. Some of the guards were suspiciously missing, and a lot of very expensive looking fakes were bypassed. They went straight for the ET stuff. That, my friends, is why we went into Iraq. And that's why, by making a beeline for Baghdad, we violated basic military strategy, which is to set an objective, seize your objective, consolidate your winnings, you know, take charge of the countryside, move on to the next objective. We didn't do that. We just made a beeline for Baghdad, left the countryside unpacified, and it's taken us all this time and all these lives on all sides to try to pacify that country. So who got the ET technology? We can trace it all the way back. First, the knowledge was passed through the mystery schools of Egypt and Greece, then resided in Solomon's temple, then the Knights Templars got it. They created the stonemasons and the Rosicrucians, then the Freemasons and the alchemists had it, and passed it along to the Illuminized Freemasonries through Bacon, underground stream of knowledge, then the Illuminized Freemasons, and then to the round tables funded by Cecil Rhodes, who made Jillian out of South Africa. And then the Nazis got Solomon's treasure, and it was turned over to the U.S. military-industrial complex. And now we got Area 51, and we got all these secret bases. And of course, it's being run by the Council on Foreign Relations, and its offshoot, the Trilateral Commission, and then the Intercorps elite, which meet once a year under the name Bilderbergers. And you can read all about that in my book, Rule by Secrecy. Notice how close the stylized logo of the Trilateral Commission is to a swastika. All right, we've talked about that. Now, are they still controlling, with the printing press and the Gutenberg Bible, and people were beginning to read the Bible for themselves and figure things out, they switched to financial control, and that's where it is today. In 2011, in a study by the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, we found 43,000 multinational corporations are controlled by 1,318, and these 1,318 are in turn controlled by 147 interlocking firms who collectively control more than 60% of global revenues. That's incredibly intense and concentrated power. Financial power in this world. In fact, right now they're talking about invading Syria, and there's only 8 nations who are all for that. versus 195 nations who said we don't need to be doing this. I think the globalists, the New World Order guys, are getting desperate. They know they're losing, they know they're on a losing streak, and they know that we're getting smarter and we're getting on to them, okay? And you can hear people, maybe not here in Dallas thanks to the narrow-mindedness and conservatism of the Dallas Morning News, but you can listen to talk radio, you can look at alternative media, and you find that people are waking up all over the place. And they're getting pretty desperate. But here's how they do that. You ever heard of the Exchange Stabilization Fund? That's a little-known office within the Treasury Department that controls the New York Federal Reserve Bank, which in turn controls the whole Federal Reserve System. It also handles the CIA's black budget, which is not inconsiderable, and it is the architect of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, the two big financial institutions that have total power over all these countries that they loan money to, and you've never even heard about it. Also, in 2006, Obama visited the G20, which is all the first world people, and he signed us on to the Financial Stability Board, which sounds kind of good on paper. It's this is going to stabilize the world's currencies, and it's going to standardize everything and tell all of the world banks and get them all in line. Okay, well. This Financial Stability Board is, number one, composed of the central bankers who are the problem, and it's also formerly was the Financial Stability Committee of the old Bank for International Settlements, which was a Nazi-run bank. So again, we have the fascists and the Nazis are now running the world economies. That's very centralized control, and that's how come that you had, since 2008, people in this country have lost their homes, they've lost billions of dollars, and who's gone to jail? Nobody, except Bernie Madoff, and that's because he was ripping off the rip-off artist, okay? Now, quickly, you go back to Sulla, the great Roman leader and general, and you find that he founded a college in Rome dedicated to ISIS. You find Julius Caesar, who claimed the lineage from Aeneas, the father of Romulus and Remus, who is said to have been the son of a hybrid between a human and a non-human, the goddess Venus, also known as Hathor to the Egyptians, Azeroth to the Sumerians. So we see the same people, the same personalities, and the same clique of people trying to run the world, and it's all in the bloodlines. Of every presidential election since, and including George Washington, has been won by the candidate with the most British or French royal genes. Of the 42 presidents up to Clinton, 33 were related to two people, either Alfred the Great, King of England, or Charlemagne, the King of France. In 2000, I got onto this because Burke's Peerage, a very prestigious genealogical publication in England, predicted that George W. Bush would become President of the United States. Why? Because although Al Gore also was a blood relative of the Windsors, the Bush family were closer blood relations to the Windsors, and the closest blood relation always gets to be president. So what we now know, and is beyond controversy, is that Al Gore won the election. But the Supreme Court stopped the recount and appointed George W. Bush president. And we know what's happened since then. 9/11, the Patriot Act, the Military Commissions Act, Homeland Security, et cetera, et cetera. Are we safer today than we were then? I doubt it. But the only good thing is that now we've got Barack Hussein Obama. Surely he's not part of that bloodline. Oops, yes he is, because according to no less than Dick Cheney's wife, Lynn Cheney, as she was investigating their family's genealogical background, she finds that that Barack Obama is an 8th cousin of Dick Cheney. He's a descendant of Maureen Duval, a French Huguenot whose son married the granddaughter of Richard Cheney, who had arrived in Maryland in the late 1650s. Now, if that's not bad enough, according to the Chicago Sun-Times, both Cheney and Obama are related to the Bushes. And they're all related to the Windsors. And the Windsors aren't even their name. Windsor was the name of the castle they had. They're Mountbattens. And before that, they were Battenbergs. But they changed it in World War I because Battenberg was too German, and they were at war with Germany. And if you read my book, The Rise of the Fourth Reich, you'll know that a few years ago, a note was made public from the Queen during World War II that said, oh, I'm okay with the Nazis taking over England as long as they guarantee the monarchy. In other words, if they let us stay in charge as the royals, then that's all right. Nazis can take over the country. Thank goodness for Winston Churchill, right? All right. And so the Windsors and the Mountbattens, the Battenbergs, they're all Germans. So it's all the same bloodline. And even Bush and Obama are both 10th cousins removed because they're linked to a 17th century Massachusetts couple, Sarah Sewall and Samuel Hinckley. And Hinckley is a distant relative of George Herbert Walker's good friend, John Warnock Hinckley, whose son, John Warnock Hinckley Jr., is the guy they say shot Reagan. Now, how incestuous do you want to get? You know, I don't think any of us in this audience, can you claim that your ancestry traces right back to the Windsors and therefore back to Charles and back to Charlemagne? No, it's all the same bloodline. And we don't know this why, because there are now 5 corporations with interlocking boards of directors that control everything you see in here. And I'm not just talking about news, I'm talking about magazines, books, publishing, billboards, cable, movies, music, you name it. That's very tight control. So, thanks, news media. We couldn't control the people without you. All right, we're moving right along. For example, September the 12th, 2009, 2 million people marched on Washington protesting Obamacare and the things that were going on. Do any of y'all remember that? No, because it wasn't reported on. How's that for a news media? And now, of course, today we've got all the alphabet agencies that are reading your email and intercepting your electronic communications. I think the only way we can beat this is just overload the system. Every time you pick up your phone and you're calling your mom, say, hey, Mom. Say, hey, Mom, Osama bin Laden, nuclear weapons, Pakistan, terrorists, bombs, you know. By the way, how are you? Overload the system. Make them listen to everybody. I mean, they're trying anyway. Look at what our police has become. Now, it used to be peace officers to serve and protect, and now they come around and beat up on you if you don't have an ID you can show quick enough, spraying people who are sitting there just simply trying to exercise their First Amendment rights, you know, and now they're being given machine guns and flamethrowers and tanks and APCs and all this stuff by Homeland Security. They're militarizing our police forces, and they're turning it into a national military, which is in direct contradiction and violation of Posse Comitatus, which was a law passed following Reconstruction that states quite specifically that the U.S. military cannot be used to police the civilian population. But they're doing it anyway. It all started with 9/11. And I'm not going to get into that. I can give you a whole program on that, except I do want to point out, what do we know about 9/11? Well, we know that 19 crazed Muslim hijackers using box cutters overtook these 4 airliners and crashed them into those buildings, right? How do we know that? We only know that actually because of one thing. There were various phone calls, but only 1 or 2 were actually completed to anybody that they actually knew. Well, we know that because of Barbara Olson's husband, Ted Olson, who was a Bush appointee, who told us that he got calls from his wife, and she said, I'm on the plane, they're using little box cutters, and they've taken the flight crew and the passengers, and they've herded them to the back of the plane, and we've been hijacked, okay? All right, but then it was pointed out that you couldn't use a cell phone at that time from that distance, and it's true. So Ted Olson backed off and said, well, she must have used the radio telephone in the back of the seat. Well, then it was found out that that particular aircraft she was on didn't have the phones on the back of the seat. And then to add to all of this, in 2006, when they put Zachariah Masuri on trial, the FBI showed up with all of their data and all their evidence, and among this was all the phone calls made on 9/11. And what does their data show? There was only 1 call attempted by Barbara Olson, and it was, quote, unconnected. There was no call from Barbara Olson. So how do you know what happened on 9/11? You don't. But nobody even mentions Building 7, which at 5:30 that afternoon just dropped right into its own footprint. Only had a few desultory fires in it. What caused that to come down? Well, let's go look in the official 9/11 Commission report. They don't mention it. They don't freaking mention this building, 47-story steel glass building that just collapsed that afternoon, and they don't mention it. How's that for a report? However, the official 9/11 Commission chairman, or not chairman, but the senior counsel, John Farmer, a former New Jersey Attorney General, in 2009 stated, in the course of our investigation into the national response to the attacks, the 9/11 Commission staff discovered that the official version of what occurred that morning, that is, what the government and military officials told Congress, the Commission, the media, and the public about who knew what and when, was almost entirely and inexplicably untrue. So, folks, if the senior counsel, the head lawyer of the 9/11 Commission tells you what they told you is untrue, what's the problem with people like me asking, well, what's the truth? Who's behind the curtain? Woodrow Wilson says that there's biggest men in America are afraid of somebody. They're afraid of something. They know there's a power somewhere so organized, so subtle, so watchful, so interlocked, so complete, so pervasive, they better not speak above their breath when they speak in condemnation of it. And boy, what do they want? Prince Philip pretty well speaks for these globalists when he says human population growth is the single most serious long-term threat to survival. If it isn't controlled voluntarily, it'll be controlled involuntarily by increasing disease, starvation, and war. And to show you how serious he is, he's also quoted as saying, in the event that I'm reincarnated, I'd like to return as a deadly virus in order to contribute something to solve overpopulation. Folks, they want you dead. And they're doing a good job of it. Look what they're doing. They're spraying you. They are giving you bad vaccines and inoculations full of all kinds of stuff. They've got fluoride in the water, and they keep talking about increasing it, although we now know fluoride accumulates in your brain, calcifies it. All right? In fact, the primary ingredient, one of the biggest ingredients of Prozac, which is one of the most abused prescription drugs in America today, is sodium fluoride. It numbs you down. Hey, feeling pretty good today. You know. Is this why that we're all now just passive and non-resistant and letting the government get away with all kinds of stuff and live? I'm not even going to go into genetically modified organisms that they're putting in the food, breaking up the food chain. Circumstantial evidence indicates it might be behind the deaths of the birds and the dolphins and the bees. What are they doing? They're wrecking the world. So are we a nation of law, or are we a lawless nation? We're expected to obey the law, and if you try to argue with the cop about, well, I really wasn't doing anything that bad, or hey, I'm getting ready to leave this parking spot anyway, it's not up to me, it's the law. Well, how? How about them? Why don't they obey the law? Speaking of, y'all heard about the big raid in Arlington, right? Thousands of dollars spent, helicopters, 50 cops held the mother of a 2-month-old baby, handcuffed for 10 hours, wouldn't let her hold her baby, all right? Because they thought they might have had marijuana. And what'd they get? Tomatoes. This is what we're having, folks, even though 2 states have already legalized it. But we're so backwards in Texas. If I go to Colorado, I can sit down and smoke some pot with a friend of mine, but if I bring it back to Texas, I've got 20 years to do in the jug. This is insane, folks. We need to start waking up. We need to start doing something. So, it's not fascism if we do it. And what's wrong with them? Why would they want to kill the goose that lays the golden egg? So yes, there's still somebody here, because all you have to do is look at the historical evidence. The flying boats of the Egyptians, the flying shields of the Romans, Ezekiel and the fiery wheel, the crop circles that go back to the Middle Ages, the abduction phenomena, the cattle mutilations, and the UFO accounts from all over the world. Somebody's still here. So that leaves us 3 possibilities here. We know there was ancient astronauts. We know there are ETs on the Earth. We know that at least some of them are still here. And we know that there's a small group of people, interrelated, blood-related, that can be traced all the way back to the Anunnaki. And they're trying to run the world. So there's three possibilities. Either this ruling elite, these New World Order people, are trying to contact these ancient creators, or two, they've already in contact with them and are being guided, if not controlled by them, or number three, they are the ancient creators, the Anunnaki, the serpent kings of legend. Because I ask you, are they just simply greedy corporatists? Are they simply inept and stupid? I don't think so, because if they were inept and stupid, occasionally they'd make a mistake in our benefit, right? It doesn't happen. Are they merely corrupt? Or, and I raise the question quite seriously, are they even us? Remain calm. Just keep voting the two-party system, pay your taxes, listen to the controlled media, and pay no attention to conspiracy theories and alternative news. If you want to find out more, read my new book, Our Occulted History, and I thank you for your time. All right, well, we each went over just slightly. We're really pretty much on time, I think. So we're willing to take any hard-nosed questions. Let's try to keep it short and sweet, because I know some of you probably have to get up and go to work in the morning. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Just want to announce you're going to be at Lakewood at
Lakewood Theater? Is that where I'm going to be? At the Lakewood Theater?
No, at the Mecca Restaurant.
Mecca Restaurant in Lakewood.
Gentlemen got copies. You're going to be speaking.
Right. If you want to hear more about 9/11, come to that meeting. I'll give you the whole rundown, and it's going to blow you away, because there is enough information available, publicly available now, about 9/11 that it makes the Kennedy assassination truly look like a deep, dark mystery. Okay, any other? Yes, sir.
Michael, did they let you keep the stone at the airport?
I'm sorry?
The question is, did they let me keep the stone at the airport? Yes, they did.
They didn't know what else to do.
I delivered it to Nassim Haramein on Kauai. So it's now with him at the Resonance Project Research Institute, and they're going to hopefully they've already started doing research with it by testing what happens when you fire sound frequencies into the center of the stone. We know, and I know, that it creates pulses of huge energies. It's a toroid vortex generator, that's what it is. I'm dying to hear what kind of results they get from the experiments. Yeah.
You didn't tell the agents there. That's what it was. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they thought that, I'm sure they thought they really had something, and they'd get this rock, you know. It's like,
I'd like to also just add to what Jim ended with, that it's time that we actually stop talking about the past and the problems. There are many brilliant books. There's huge amounts of information. Jim has contributed volumes of information to the atrocities of the past. But while we now become familiar with what happened, we need to start looking at the future. And this is what I'm really all about, understanding.
he's going to tell you about contributionism.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep it very short, because then I want to carry on with Q&A. So as part of the Q&A, Jim, don't go anywhere.
Oh, okay.
Just part of the Q&A, I just want to throw in there that the whole Ubuntu contributionist philosophy came out of studying what happened in the past. Because without studying that, I wouldn't have stumbled upon the obvious answers to put together as what I believe a very sound and serious philosophy for the future of humanity. And that philosophy is to move away from the tools of enslavement. And the most powerful and obvious tool of enslavement is money. So the way you overcome or bypass the control is stop using their money. Just let's stop doing that. It's not going to be easy. There are steps and gradual steps towards doing that. But we have to start thinking about it. We have to start discussing it. And we have to start realizing that we are in control. This is our planet that has been stolen from us. And if we don't start doing something about it and sharing it with our friends, we're going to continue being abused and molested like little infants without any help. And let's stand up and stop being, helpless infants, and start being responsible adults of consciousness, human beings of blood and sweat, and blood, flesh and blood and infinite soul, that have got a brain, that have got a connection to the divine creator, that can take responsibility for our own future and our evolution of consciousness, start taking control. And that thing is, let us stop using the tool of enslavement that has been shoved down our throats. So that means we're going to stop using the money and move towards a moneyless society. I call it contributionism. The ancient cultures call it Ubuntu. That's the African word for it. All ancient cultures have a similar explanation or a similar expression to Ubuntu. For a world without money, where communities live together in abundance because they care for each other. Money doesn't get in the way of their achievements and their progress, because money is just a hurdle to progress. Why do we need to go to the bankers to ask them because our community needs a bakery? Why do the bankers need to interfere? Let's just build a bloody bakery so we can feed our community. If we need to farm or create new technology, why do we need the bankers to give us the tools by which...
And you build a bakery, all you got to do is ask around, and there's somebody in your community who says, I love to bake.
Exactly.
Let them be the baker.
Exactly. So
and they bake, and you take them tomatoes.
Well, you know, the thing with Ubuntu contributionism, it's what I normally, I talk about this, the simple steps that lead us to it, is when you start wrapping your head around a world without money, at first, when you overcome the shock, because most of us are so poisoned by capitalism, that the first thing we experience when we think about a world without money, we go into shock. Oh my God, how are things going to work? How are we going to get things? I'm going to starve. I'm going to... No, it's the opposite. If we all don't have money, if you don't have money, you're in trouble. But if we all don't have money, we start to work together. That's what happens, you know. I guess that there might be a few problems in the beginning as we stabilize to it, but we're not all going to have money, or we're all not going to have no money at the same time. We might be forced into it against our will. So what we have to do is start thinking about it. What are we going to do if tomorrow morning, either because a giant meteor struck the planet, or a giant solar flare fried all the satellites and left us completely incapable? There's no cell phone communication, no satellites, no internet, no television, no cars run because all the circuit boards have been fried by the electromagnetic pulse.
Or what happens if simply the dollar goes down and people around the world quit using it? They're already doing this, and it's going to start snowballing, and there'll get to be a point where it's going to be worthless, and we're going to be like the Germans in the 20s. You have to take a wheelbarrow of inflated money to go buy something. I mean, today, I remember when hamburgers were 15 cents. I hate to date myself. 15 cents. Today, I got him a cheeseburger, and it's $9.95.
Yeah. And I did get a cheeseburger. Jim actually bought me a cheeseburger on the way here. The point, people, is the world without money, or Ubuntu contributionism, is so simple. We cannot screw it up. The reason I say this, and it's all in my new book, Ubuntu Contributionism, A Blueprint for Human Prosperity. It's a beautiful story of a bright light at the end of the tunnel, the new hope for humanity. There is only one new hope for humanity, and this is the one: moving away from money, taking control of our own destiny, not allowing others or central bankers or global bloodline families to keep controlling the rest of the global population. We are the people of this planet. We need to take back the control. And once you realize that, the moment you remove money from the system, you remove greed, gluttony, hoarding, crime, corruption. None of that can exist, because all of that is a consequence of money.
Exactly. Right now today, you're not going to hear about this in the establishment media, but there's probably half or more of the potential taxpayers of this country today who are not paying any taxes. It's only a small percentage of people that are still paying taxes. And why haven't they done something with them? Because most of these people not paying any taxes are poor people. They don't have anything. So if you hadn't got anything, the government hadn't got any reason to come after you.
So exactly, the thing is, what Jim is really saying, what points out, is that the banking families, and as you can see, they're extremely powerful. They've stolen this planet from its people, okay? And we need to take the planet back. And They can play this game for a lot longer than we can. They can keep issuing pieces of paper with fancy logos on it and telling us it's really valuable. Or we can say, you know what, I've seen through it now. It's just a piece of paper with your stupid logo on it. I don't see any value in it. Okay? The value is in the people in my community, because it's the people that do things. Money does nothing. People do everything. People plant the seeds. People grow the food. People create the building materials and the technology. People build the bridges. People solve the mathematical equations. People create the art. And people develop the culture. And people grow in consciousness. And only people are capable of infinite love. Money does nothing. It gets in the way of all these things. The sooner we bypass the money system, the sooner we start living in abundance. Now, I think I've said enough, and it's late, so I think let's just walk away from here. What I'd like you to look for is, look for my new book. All of you that are here will get a free copy, a free version of the ebook by virtue of being here. That's my contribution towards this evening. And please read through it and go through the process of how do we move off a money-driven society into communities of beautiful, united communities where people choose where they live and don't live somewhere because of economic circumstance. And because they choose where they live, the communities they live in, they contribute towards the greater benefit of their community based on what their God-given talents are or their acquired skills are. So I'd like to plant the final seed with you. Leave here thinking about moving away from the entrapments and the enslavement of the global population. Be a seed of consciousness. Think about this. Discuss this with everybody. Don't be afraid of your knowledge and what you know. Share this with everybody. Let it be their problem, not your problem, if they don't know what you're talking about. And don't let them use the excuse of bullying you. I've never heard of it. Or what kind of rubbish is that?
What on CNN?
Yeah, exactly. So be a seed of consciousness. Talk about it. Share this information, inform yourself more how we can move from money-driven, capitalistic, greedy societies to beautiful, united Ubuntu communities that live in abundance because everybody contributes a little bit towards the greatest benefit of everyone. With a little bit of contribution, the abundance, and as you start thinking about this, the abundance is so insane, we cannot comprehend the kind of abundance that we will experience the moment we start approaching life in these Ubuntu communities the way that I sort of have been proposing it for the last number of years.
Today, I got him a cheeseburger at the Cheesecake Factory. And they brought this just immense amount of food. And we weren't all that hungry, and so there was a pile left. And we asked the waitress, what do you do with all this food that's left over? Some of it was, perfectly good, hadn't even been touched, okay? She says, well, we went through a conversation, but essentially, by law, they have to throw it away. Excuse me, and we have children starving to death in this country right now, today? And speaking of, let me leave you with this. This is not only proof of conspiracy, but proof of the greatest conspiracy taking place on this planet right now today. While we're sitting here talking, most of you obviously are well-read, you're thinking people, you know that we have the technology off the shelf available today to give basic food, clothing, shelter, and medical attention to everyone on this planet. And yet we also know, we don't like to think about it, but we know in the back of our mind that even while you're sitting here listening to me, there are literally thousands, if not millions, of children starving to death around this planet. Now, why is that? I don't want that. Michael doesn't want that. I'm sure none of you want that. Why? You get past the facile rationales. It's politics, it's transportation, it's money, It comes down to one thing. It's that way because somewhere, somebody wants it that way.
Yep.
And you've got to understand that, and we've got to change that. And I really thank all of you. Let's all go off and think about what we can do to make this a better planet.
Thank you for coming, people.
Jim, I got a question for you real quick. You said that the looting of the Baghdad Museum was the motive for the Iraq War. In your opinion, what would be the motive for invading Syria?
Well, because you have to go back to the Gerald Ford administration. our only president who was never elected as president. Okay, and he was appointed by Nixon to fill the vice presidency's vacancy when Spiro Agnew got in trouble and was bounced out. And so during his short little presidency, his chief of staff was Dick Cheney. His defense secretary was Rumsfeld, the same guy that gave us aspartame. Okay? Good old Donald. Thanks, Donald. And back then, Rumsfeld issued a Pentagon position paper that called for increasing U.S. military presence in the Middle East to gain control over their oil supplies. And that included knocking over the countries of Syria and Libya and Iran, Iraq. So this is a long-standing plan that they've been working on for a long time. And then the thing that really gave them the impetus to continue and to go further with their plans, of course, was 9/11. Now, if you go back a year before that to September of 2000, you find that the neocon think tank, Project for a New American Century, produced a position paper called Rebuilding America's Defenses in the 21st Century. And in there, they call for increased U.S. military presence in the Middle East to gain control over their oil supplies and knocking off the governments of Iran, Iraq, Syria, Libya, okay? But the authors of that report were pretty prescient. They wrote, this is going to be a hard sell to the American public unless there is a catalyzing and catastrophic event like a new Pearl Harbor. Huh? Yeah, a year later they got it. Yes.
Well, why are they publicizing that we're going to be here, we're going to be there, we're going to do it in 3 days? We're going to, why publicize what your strategy is? If it's
well, that's
it's
a good
not going
point.
to be a Pearl Harbor. We all know about it now. They're going to do
Right, right. Yeah, well, they are. They're area. And then now they don't even care whether you believe it or not. Marathon bombing in Boston. Who were these guys with the contractors? What were they doing there? What were they pulling out from under the bleachers? Why was there a black van there? Why were the cops facilitating their entrance and exit? Why aren't we even being told about it? Why ain't anybody even asking these questions? They're in total control now. They don't even care anymore.
But there was a 19-year-old with a gun, and that's dangerous.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah.
I think one very important point that has been left out of the news is that Gaddafi in Libya was trying to bring various African nations together on
Yes.
a gold-backed currency.
And issue a dinar backed by gold.
Yeah, and get rid of the international banking system. to create
Exactly.
money.
These nations, the ones, and saying back to your question and yours, why Libya? Libya and Iraq and Syria, and these are the countries that were not under the domination of the international bankers. So what they're doing is they're using our sons and daughters as their police force to go around and enforce the international bankers' will. That's exactly what's going on.
Oh, it's, all wars are bankers' wars.
Yeah, it all is.
Bankers run.
Smedley Butler, the general of the Marine Corps, back in the 30s, wrote a book, says war is a racket. Said we let the bankers loan money to these other countries, and if they don't pay, they send in the Marines. It's exactly, this is what it is. Now here's the thing, President Bush couldn't get it right, so I'll say this correctly. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Yeah.
Well, they fooled us 3 or 4 times now. How stupid are we going to be? Okay?
But I also just want to add to the same thing that JFK did here by issuing the United States notes. Exactly the same thing happened in South Africa in the 50s, when the father of apartheid, Hendrik Verwoerd, who made the mistake of setting up the separate development principles that became known as apartheid. I don't think he was as evil as he was turned out to be. Okay, that's a whole other debate. The one mistake he made, he was set up the apartheid or the separate development philosophy. What he did do, he's removed the printing of the South African Rand from the South African Reserve Bank. He printed it for the people, by the people. They assassinated him, and then within a week, the South African Reserve Bank started printing the Rothschild-owned money, just like what happened to JFK. He got in their way, and they used the apartheid as a thing to tarnish him and make him look really bad. It was not about the apartheid. It was about the fact that he printed South Africa's own money. At that point in history, South Africa was the most powerful nation on earth, which you may not know. Militarily, intelligence agencies, gold, platinum, natural reserves, and they printed their own money. That was a big problem for the international bankers. They had to get rid of Hendrik Verwoerd at all cost.
And that reminds me, Kennedy was actually the second U.S. president to issue interest-free money. The first being Abraham Lincoln, who printed greenbacks, okay, interest-free money, and to fund the war between the states. And folks, I for one do not feel like it was sheer coincidence that both of those presidents were shot in the head in public.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Question about the Civil War funding. I think you talked about how both sides of the Civil War were funded by the same bankers.
Right. Well, if you read my book, Rule by 60, you'll find that Otto von Bismarck made it pretty clear. He said the Rothschilds wanted to regain North America, so they were funding both sides, both the North and South. They sent their minions to North America, created something called the Knights of the Golden Circle, of which Sam Houston was a member. And the whole idea was to create a slave-owning empire, including the Gulf of Mexico and the southern United States. And in other words, they fomented this civil war, except that, number one, there was nothing civil about it. And number two, it was not truly a civil war, which is defined as factions within a political entity that fight with each other. The southern states withdrew after having votes. They voted to withdraw. This was one country against another, but of course they never acknowledged that, and might makes right. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
Well, I was curious, what is the energy grid that you didn't go into?
Oh, she wants to know the energy grid.
The energy grid
Yeah, for
around planet Earth. There seems to be this energy grid around planet Earth that the military and the Air Force have been referring to as the rules. And some people claim they don't know where it comes from, but it's always been there. I believe that those at the top really know where it comes from, and it comes back all the way from the Anunnaki days, as you could see in the Sumerian tablets. Were probably put up there by Enki and Enlil and the Anunnaki. I believe that that is the grid that is often referred to as the karmic trap. And this is a big shock to the system for many people that believe in karma, and that karma is a natural order of things. That is not necessarily so in this reality. Karma might be a natural order of things in a universe of free will, where your soul decides to reincarnate and take on many, many lives, which is a beautiful way to exist, isn't it? Or to experience an endless number of experiences. But if you're forced to reincarnate without knowledge or remembrance of your past lives, not understanding why you've had to reincarnate and go through more turmoil, more hardship, more torture, more tyranny, that is not karma. That's called a karmic trap. And this is what the Anunnaki seem to have done. Possibly on their own, possibly with the help with other ETs, but this is this energy grid that seems to be around planet Earth, where when your soul leaves your body and wants to reconnect with a source, it gets fried, basically. What Ashiana Dean refers to it as blank slate technology, or BST, where the term beast might actually emanate from. And that's the beast that then sends your soul back completely like a baby soul, not knowing what the hell it's doing, where it comes from, and having to go through the experiences until what happens? Until you reach enlightenment, until you realize that you don't have to do this, that this is the cycle that actually happens. And only when you reach this moment of enlightenment, when you realize that you're enslaved physically, because you were cloned species, you're enslaved mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, that your soul doesn't even remember where it comes from. Only then do you reach what I now call enlightenment. This is my latest version of understanding what enlightenment really means. That you can then take your own decisions to step out of that cycle of enslavement and move on. Don't have to come back. And this is what I believe Christ, the Buddha, and all the great prophets of the past have been trying to tell us. But their words were distorted and the message was distorted. And this is, I think, what's coming out now. And
We're on
but
a prison planet.
yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I just want to point out, if you go back and start talking to your friends and/or relatives, and they say, "Are you trying to tell me that aliens created us?" I just want everybody to clearly understand, and I know Michael and I are talking, we agree on this too. They didn't create us. All they did was improve the breed. The same thing we do to animals, same thing we do to dogs and cats and horses and cows, except they did it by DNA manipulation and we do it by breeding, okay? And what's really fascinating is if you read the Sumerian tablets, when Enki says, I think I can tweak the DNA of these earth primitives and create this worker race, they had the same ethical arguments that we're having today. They're saying it's not right for us to play God. Only God can create things, which is pretty amazing to me. That means even the Anunnaki, who at the time the humans thought they were gods. But the Anunnaki knew they weren't gods, but they did believe, obviously, in a creative, universal creative force, which is a pretty good definition of God. And so Enki said, well, we're not creating anything, we're just improving the breed. And so, yes?
Isn't the 2012 alignment waves and all of the stuff basically ending that cycle?
Yeah, that's really what the last part of my presentation normally is, where I go through the fact that our DNA is being activated, right? You all know this. If you don't know it, that's a scientific fact. It's not just somebody's theory. Our DNA is being activated. More and more of our DNA is being used. Some scientists now claim that we're using maybe up to 30% of our DNA. I don't believe that because we're still pretty stupid. But we're still behaving stupidly enough. And by stupid, I mean even the lack of confidence or courage to talk about it is expression of that behavior. You know, so I believe that that's absolutely true. Our DNA is being activated. So what does that mean? That means that now the DNA causes us to think higher thoughts, of higher consciousness. That creates a feedback mechanism which activates more of our DNA. So we have now become the catalysts of our own enlightenment. And that's the most exciting thing. It's not stoppable. We can't stop it now. And it is definitely a consequence of crossing the galactic equator, the very powerful energies that we've been exposed to. But it's not only that. We are getting help from other higher dimensional beings, and that is without any question. If some of you are doubting that, please go and speak to people that do channeling, that are connected to multidimensional beings, that get this kind of information. And the corroboration of this information is so overwhelming that, once again, you can use the argument of probability. You know, so you can use scientific arguments to corroborate what would previously have been argued away as just being some wishy-washy, new age, silly arguments. No, we have some very serious ways of corroborating this information.
And the whole prophecy of 2012, I think, has happened. It's a slow evolution thing. It's not suddenly the world changes, but it is changing. For example, everybody stop right now and think back. Think back to 2000. You're not living in the same world that you lived in 2000, are you? Okay, so we are shifting all the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just one point. I think it's very important when we're thinking about ourselves to make a clear distinction between us as created by the Creator and the vehicle we happen to be using here now, like our car parked out in the parking lot. We'll exchange these vehicles out.
You're talking about my meat sack?
You bet.
Okay.
And we are independent of that, and our thoughts can completely control the condition of it.
Right. Thank you. In fact, I wanted to tell the lady back here, we're going to ask about this energy grid. You know, as you well know, science confirms that each individual is surrounded by an energy field. We are energy beings, okay, inhabiting these meat sacks. And the meat sack degenerates and falls apart and goes away, disintegrates. But they've actually done scientific studies to show that when people die, your energy field does not disperse, it does not disappear, it goes up and it moves off. So the thing is, that's another thing. Think about the movies. If you want to get somebody to do something they don't want to do, what do? You threaten to kill them. Oh, don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. If you lose your fear of death, you're free. okay? Because I'm here to guarantee you, when you die, that's not the end of it. You're just going to go do something else, right?
I think we need to call it a night. It's getting late.
But we're only 10 minutes past, so we're doing pretty good.
What is the this is for Michael. What is the possibility of tours of Southern Africa?
Very, very distinct possibility. Louise and I started planning our very first tour. It is as a result of our event at the Dowsers conference last July. Sandy Mack, jokingly said, for those people who want to go to South Africa, please come and see me. And about 60 people descended on it. It's like, whoa! So we're actually doing it, and we're doing the first tour to South Africa probably in January 2014. So if you're interested in coming on the tour, please subscribe to my articles on my website, michaeltellinger.com, or go to my website and we'll be posting the information of the future tour there. And it's going to be quite magical and quite special, especially the first one. Louise is putting together an incredible itinerary of incredible places and special sacred sites. You know that we have a crater in South Africa that's the same size as a crater in Arizona? Nobody knows about it. Yeah, it's amazing. And it's right there next to Pretoria. It's like the crater, not in the middle of anywhere, right next to LA. And nobody knows about it. Nobody goes there. So we'd be visiting very special and unique places that are not generally known to the average populace. So check us out on the internet. And I want to say from my side, thanks very much for coming. It's a great pleasure being back in Dallas. We'll be back in a year. And I'd like to thank Jim Mars and his wife Carol for putting us up and being gracious hosts and looking after us. It's an absolute honor to be sharing a stage and in your presence, Jim. And we'll be back next year with more information. And join the Ubuntu movement. Don't be scared. Please join the Ubuntu movement. Everything on there is free for anyone to download. Start an American Ubuntu movement. I've started the political party in South Africa, the Ubuntu Party. I'm running for president in next year's election. And I know it sounds crazy, but we're doing it. Now imagine if we can have an Ubuntu America, UK, Australia, Canada, Ireland, Scotland, wherever, and in each one of those countries we have an Ubuntu Party at the next elections running in the elections with the same philosophy of breaking down the central banks, issuing a number of processes to moving the country off a money system by slowly but surely weeding the system off it and giving people absolute freedom. Can you imagine if this can happen like this? And we can shift global consciousness very, very quickly, even on a political level. And it's on the political level that we will get mass exposure. I'm not doing it because I want to go into politics. I'm doing it because in South Africa, every political party has to be granted the same exposure on national television. That's why I'm doing it. So that we break down the government structures and introduce the whole philosophy of Ubuntu. Not because we want to go into politics, okay, so don't get confused.
And if you think that can't be done, go Google up and study Iceland. Iceland has thrown out the bankers and they're prospering.
Also, there is a community that is autonomous in Italy called Damanhur. D-A-M-A-N-H-U-R.
Damanhur, okay, we need to check that out.
It's very interesting.
Damanhur, okay.
Okay, anybody want to stick around? We're here, but anybody needs to go, feel free to go. Thank you all.
Thank you for coming, people.
Yeah, I honor you for coming out.
The following speaker is somebody who has been at this for many, many moons now. He has a lamestream media background, having worked in print for many years. He is uniquely qualified because of that in a way, but also because of his experiences as a child with an open mind, learning about things like the Kennedy assassination and all these things that inspired him at some point in his trip down the rabbit hole to cover these items, to go beyond the mainstream narrative, to speak truth, to research conspiracies, And Jim Marrs now is at it with one of his most important books, in my opinion, Population Control, How Corporate Owners Are Killing Us. Although that title sounds scary, it is an extremely solution-oriented book, which is right up our alley. But at the same time, it remains steadfast in exposing the evildoers and how they're trying to come after us every single day. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jim Marrs.
Howdy. You do better than that. Howdy. There you go. All right. Oh yeah, you can read my disclaimer here if you're really happy with your.
Check, check.
Check, check. Okay. Okay. Actually, I'm Scotch-Irish, but there we go. This will be fun. That way I move around. Yeah, don't watch this if you're real satisfied with the way things are going, but I don't think you are. Okay, I got a long way to go, a short time to get there. So let me find out how we move this thing along. There we go. Population control. How corporate owners are killing us. Folks, this is really important. Some of you have heard me before talk about UFOs, talk about Kennedy assassination, talk about 9/11, and all this is important, okay? But what I'm going to talk to you about today is self-defense. Okay, this goes beyond philosophies, goes beyond politics. There are people out there running these global corporations, and they want you dead. All right, and they're working towards it. So we need to figure out who's doing that and how. First off, as we know, and this isn't any big surprise, we're now the corporate world. Okay. And the corporations run everything. It's really kind of interesting because the very definition of fascism is the combination of state and corporate power, okay? In Nazi Germany and fascist Italy, the state gained control over the corporations, and it was that combination that resulted in fascism. In the United States today, we've kind of done the opposite. The corporations have gained control over the state. But the end result's the same, fascism. And we need to be aware of that. So, in 1952, corporations accounted for 32% of the federal tax revenues. By 2013, this was less than 10%. So what we have here actually is corporate welfare. You know, they are pushing this socialist state on us, and yet under socialism, you know, it's supposed to be power to the people. Everybody, you work, and you know you get receive for however much you put in, yada yada. But hey, today the money is all flowing upwards, and it's going into the pockets of the corporation. It's absolutely incredible. It used to be bad, now it's worse. And the main reason you never hear about all this is because there are now 5 major corporations that control everything you see and hear. And I'm not just talking about news. I'm talking about movies, records, billboards, book clubs, satellite, you name it. And it's all under tight control, and these corporations are in turn controlled by interlocking directorships and ownerships. So actually you have a small handful of people that can control everything you see and hear. This is why your neighbors just don't get it, okay? Because they watch TV. Now, to show you that that's not just some conspiracy theory, 2011 there was a study done by the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, and they analyzed 43,000 multinational corporations. They found they were essentially controlled by 1,318 companies with interlocking ownerships, and these in turn were pretty much controlled by about 147 interlocking firms that collectively controlled more than 60% of total global revenues, okay? And these 147 interlocking firms then were pretty much under the control of 20 banks. All right, now this is the control. Now, as you can see, this is incredible concentrated control. one of my heroes that has remained on my hero list, even though he's imperfect, okay, is, of course, Thomas Jefferson. He said, if the American people ever allow private banks to control the issue of their currency, first by inflation, then by deflation, the banks and the corporations that will grow up around them will deprive the people of all property until their children wake up homeless on the continent their fathers conquered. The issuing power should be taken from the private banks, restored to the people to whom it properly belongs. Amen, brother. That's exactly where the problem is. Yep. And this was Thomas Jefferson. This is way the heck back there, you know. And, of course, they fought the central bank all through the history of the United States. Finally, it was put to rest about 1830 by Andrew Jackson, who called those private bankers a den of thieves, okay? And it was since 1830 and up through until about 1913 that this country really prospered. And then in 1913, by hook and crook and by their own definition, a conspiracy, they ran in the Federal Reserve System on us, which is neither federal nor does it have any reserves, okay? And it is a collection of private banks, which in turn are owned by other banks, which in turn are owned by stockholders, many of whom are not even American citizens. Now, have you wondered why we're in such shape we are? In fact, if you'll think about it, let me quickly tell you not only the biggest conspiracy going on, but the proof of conspiracy. Right now, while we're all sitting here in this nice hotel enjoying the ambiance and the good food and the good companionship, we kind of know that we have the technological capability today, off the shelf, not just futuristic stuff. I mean, it's available right now. We could feed, clothe, house, and give probably basic medical care to every single living person on this planet. We know we've got the capability. But yet, even as we sit here, we don't like to think about this, but if you'll think about it, in the back of your mind, we know that right now, while we're sitting here, there are literally thousands, if not millions, of children starving to death on this planet. Why is it that way? I doubt anyone in this room wants it that way. I don't want it that way. So why is it that way? Well, it's that way because once you get past the facile rationalizations, oh, well, it's money and it's politics and it's transportation, nah, all that can be taken care of. It's that way, folks, because somewhere somebody wants it that way. If nobody wanted it that way, it wouldn't be that way. And I might extrapolate that on up to our situation here in the United States of America. We still have a very rich country. We are rich in minerals, we are rich in uranium, we're rich in gas and oil, we're rich in coal. We have all kinds of wealthy material goods here in this country. And we have a reasonably intelligent workforce that really wants to work. The average person they just simply would like to have a nice job, something they can feel good about, make enough money to get along and get their family along. That's it. We got the workforce, we've got the wealth. Why is this country in such dire financial straits? Why do we owe, by official counts, more than $20 trillion? And unofficially, it's probably a whole lot more than that because they're not counting that derivative bubble and all the other problems we have. Why is it that way? Well, again, because what I'll tell you is because somebody wants it that way. If nobody wanted it that way, it wouldn't be that way. Now, the way they handle this is various ways. Briefly, I'm going to hit quickly on this, but you need to look into the Financial Stability Board. This was originally the Financial Stability Committee of the Bank for International Settlements. And if you've read my book, The Rise of the Fourth Reich, you realize that the Bank of International Settlements, the BIS, was created by and for the Nazis and continued to operate all through World War II, hoarding money, passing money, dealing with money from all of the belligerent nations. The war didn't have anything to do with them. And in 2009, President Obama at G20 signed us up for this Financial Stability Board, which is supposed to be standardizing the finances of the world economy. So essentially what he did is our economic policy now in the United States is in the hands of the international bankers. And we're going to be in big trouble here because, as we've already seen beginning to happen in Greece, Ireland, a few other places, the banks are now still toppling, all right? But there's a big difference. In 2008, they managed to get TARP money, the tax money, your money, to prop up those failing banks. Well, then they passed Dodd-Frank, and everybody went, yay, because here's a law that says you cannot use tax money to prop up a failing bank. Sounded good on the surface. But what this means is that the banks, which are still continuing to fail, are now have to go and try to figure out where they're going to get money, and they're going to get it from unsecured loans. That means your checking account, your savings account, okay? And you have to understand, when you give your money to a bank, it's not your money anymore. Legally, technically, they say it now belongs to the bank. So what they're doing in some of these other countries that are having such problems is, if you have $100 in the bank, they're going to say, well, I'm sorry, but we're having financial problems and we've spent your $100, but here, you have $100 worth of stock in our bank. Well, great. Now, stop and think about it. What's going to happen when they start going to negative interest rates and they start charging you for holding your money in the bank? They're already doing that, by the way. You realize when you give your money to a bank, they don't just stick it away in a safety deposit box and hold it for you. They use your money to make money. They loan it to other people, okay? If you put $100 in the bank under fractional banking, they can loan up to $10,000 because your 100 is what counts as their backing. And then when they get that $10,000 back at, say, 20% interest, you know, do you get the interest? No. And this is why years ago, after I figured this out, I banked with a little small state bank there in Texas, and I know the people that are running it. And years ago, I told the bank president, I said, let me tell you something. I said, I understand your game. I said, I'm not wild about you making money off my money. I said, but you do offer this safe, and, you know, you got guards, and you got, you know, this big building, and so I understand that you probably need to make something for taking care of my money. And I said, so if you're going to go out and make money on my money, I said, I don't like it, but I guess I can live with that. I said, but I'll be damned if I'm going to pay you for the privilege of earning money off my money. I said, so don't ever try to charge me some service charge. And they don't. Okay? And if everybody would go tell them the same thing, maybe we could cut down on some of this. But I don't have to tell you all. Think what happens. Every month you get your bank statement, there's always a little something else in there. Oh, usage, transfer fee, blah, blah, blah. They got 100 of them, okay? And this has just got to stop. Financial Stability Board. The other thing you have to watch out for is the Exchange Stabilization Fund. This is one you've never heard about, but it's a little known office of the Treasury that was actually began back in the 1930s during the Depression as a means of transferring gold between the United States and other countries. But it controls the New York Federal Reserve Bank, which dominates the Federal Reserve System. If the New York Federal Reserve says, we're going to do this, everybody else follows in line. It also handles the CIA's black budget. Has been mixed up in everything from drug trafficking to Iran-Contra, and even by some accounts mixed up in the Kennedy assassination. It is the architect of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, the two leading institutions which are robbing us and taking our money. So now we see that it's money and it's power, and we now have the Patriot Act, the Military Commissions Act, National Defense Authorization Act. By the way, under the National Defense Authorization Act, that says the government can take control over our food, over gasoline, over transportation, over everything. One of the provisions is that the federal government can take control of all the water. Guess who, under this National Defense Authorization Act, guess who is in charge of all the water in this country except packaged, bottled, corporate water? Of course, they sell and they don't have to take care of it. But if you have a well or if you have a stream by your house, or if you're getting rain runoff off your roof and have a little barrel or whatever, guess who's in charge of all that? The Secretary of Defense. Whoa. Now, why? Yeah, let them come clean them out. It all comes back to the idea that the people who want to run the show think there's just too damn many of us. And this goes back to the eugenics program, which was begun back in the late 1800s. And interestingly enough, it didn't start in Germany. It started here in the United States. And this chart right here, you can see this chart was in 1939. And the majority of the states, all the states with the cross-hatching, these are states that had sterilization laws on the book. If you didn't measure up to their idea of a good human, height, weight, ethnicity, skin color, etc., then you were at risk of involuntary sterilization. Now, it got carried to the extreme over in Germany because they got hold of the eugenics movement and said, hey, it's pretty good. You know, let's clean up the race. Let's create a master race. And of course, we all know how that turned out. And so eugenics kind of, the term fell into ill repute. But it was all about cleaning up the dirty gene pool, okay? Margaret Sanger, who founded Planned Parenthood, is quoted as saying, colored people are like human weeds, need to be exterminated. And don't think that is all gone out of fashion because Hillary Clinton says, I admire Margaret Sanger, her courage, her tenacity, her vision. So yeah, it's still going on. We know about the scandal over Planned Parenthood where they were selling the fetus body parts. That's still ongoing. And what I find interesting is the guy who went into these clinics with a hidden camera and got it on tape and put it up on the internet so we could see what was actually going on. He's the one that's now in jail for illegally taping somebody, see. Oh, man. So, population control is nothing new. It goes back to eugenics and it comes forward, and they are using various methods. We see the chemtrails. This is barium, aluminum oxide, all kinds of things they're putting in the air, and we're breathing it. And don't think that you all are exempt, because coming up here yesterday, I'm looking out the plane window, and here's the cross-hatching chemtrails all over Philadelphia. Fluoridation, putting fluoride in the water, a little more on that later. Vaccines. I want everybody to understand I am not totally anti-vaccine. I think vaccines can be very helpful, but I think it's gotten out of hand, and we need to demand more accountability for what they're putting in the vaccines. We know they're putting mercury in there, and when they're putting aluminum, and it's causing a problem. Some of you are probably aware of the little hoorah over that the film that Robert De Niro was forced to cancel at a film festival. Well, good for Robert. He finally got some cojones, and now he was on a national talk show, and he said, you know, I shouldn't have done that. There's question. We should have open dialogue and open discourse on the idea of vaccinations, and he encouraged everybody to go see that movie.
He said he was going to release it on YouTube, did he? You know?
He said what?
He said he was going to release it on YouTube.
Oh, cool. He said he's going to release it on YouTube. Well, everybody watch it, and also you'll read all of this in my new book, Population Control. There was a Dr. Thompson who worked for the CDC and was involved for several years with their studies on the connection between autism and the vaccines. And he said, yes, I feel bad because we covered it all up. So this is really terrible. It all comes back to the idea that there's too many people, you know. And some of you guys that live in Philadelphia, for example, and you have to wade your way through traffic every day, it's very easy to say, yeah, it's just too many people. We need to cut down on this. And of course, we've got the Georgia Guidestones, where the very first admonition is maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. Oh, doesn't that sound warm and fuzzy? We all like that, okay? And actually, that might be real nice, except for the fact that there are now 7.5 billion of us on this world. And this leads me to the burning question, What are they, if they reduce the population to 500 million, what are they going to do with the other 7 billion of us? And more importantly, who's going to decide what happens to the other 7 billion of us? And that's where we start running into problems. But let's look what the globalists have to say. Jacques Cousteau says, reduce the population by encouraging abortion and sterilization. He's all for it. General Maxwell Taylor, you know, who is our ambassador to Vietnam, and he's the one, I believe, that when Reagan was shot, came on TV and said, I'm in charge here, and kind of let the cat out of the bag. He says that it'll be necessary to reduce the world's population, mostly in third world countries, using methods such as disease, starvation, regional wars. He concluded, I've already written off more than 1 billion people. The population crisis and the food supply question dictate that we should not even try. It's a waste of time. And we hear Henry Kissinger says depopulation should be the highest priority of U.S. foreign policy. The globalists all agree. We got to cut down on the population. And don't think that that's just people on the fringe. Here we see with President Obama, his science czar, John Holdren, who years ago published this book, Eco Science, in which he said that many of my colleagues feel that some sort of compulsory birth control regulation will be necessary to achieve control over population growth. One plan often mentioned involves the addition of temporary sterilants to water supplies or staple food. Doses of the antidote would be carefully rationed by the government to produce the desired population effect, okay? So if you know somebody or you got a lot of money or whatever, then see, you might get the antidote. It's absolutely incredible. Now, Prince Philip is a good example. He's the consummate globalist. Remember the royal family. He goes to the Bilderberg meetings, you know, and he says human population growth is probably the single most serious long-term threat to survival. If it isn't controlled voluntarily, it will be controlled involuntarily by an increase in disease, starvation, and war. And just to show you how serious he is, at another point he says, in the event that I am reincarnated, I'd like to return as a deadly virus in order to contribute something to solve overpopulation. See, it'd really be funny, except he wants you dead. He doesn't want you alive. So, global depopulation through eugenics, fluoride, vaccines, GMOs, war, drugs, arms. This is exactly what the problem is. Now, my question is, and I question this, is there really an overpopulation problem? Well, all I would do is challenge each and every one of you, come drive from Dallas to El Paso. If you're lucky, you might see a tree. Just miles and miles out in West Texas, and that's just West Texas. We took a little drive here last night up through, I don't know where we were, it was dark, but there's beautiful woods. You got some beautiful countryside around here. There's lots of places. Okay, I heard this and I couldn't believe it, but it's true. Right now, the current average living space in Hong Kong, and if you picture all those high-rise buildings on those islands, is 1,700 square feet. Whoa, as a young man, I lived in a lot of apartments, and I don't think any of my apartments were that big. 1,700 square feet, that's a pretty good sized apartment. Based on 1,700 square feet, the entire population of the world, 7.5 billion, could live comfortably enough in the state of Texas. Now, what? Don't go running down there and let us, you know, we got bumper stickers in Texas that says, welcome to Texas, now go home. The problem, of course, is it's not overpopulation, it's population density. They're trying to corral everybody into these mega cities where they can get control over you, keep you bottled up in there, and then sell you food, water, etc., you know, and make you totally dependent on a daddy, mommy government that will take care of everybody. In fact, if you want to know the basic problem in the country today, we have more people voting for a living than working for a living. Now, Henry Kissinger got it down. He says, control oil, you control nations. Control the food, you control the people. And folks, this is what they're after. I'm going to touch lightly on this because most of you all already know about eating well and eating good food. But it's funny, you know, these are weapons of mass destruction. Deadly food, GMOs, soft drinks, aspartame. By the way, in case I forget about it, I definitely want to mention this. There is hope. We can do something. Pepsi-Cola recently announced that they were withdrawing aspartame from their diet drinks, okay? Now, did they suddenly just decide to do that because the tests show that aspartame, when it gets in your body, changes to formaldehyde and it calcifies your brain, and they thought, well, we'll do good? No. They themselves, in their press releases, said they were doing this, they were taking the aspartame out because of public demand. Enough people woke up, enough people, yes. Enough people woke up and said, listen, the aspartame is not good. In fact, I guess you all know that it was rammed through against the wishes and advice of the national certification officers in Washington by Donald Rumsfeld, okay, when he was head of Searle. And he was part of the Reagan transition team, and he told his people at Searle, he said, we're having trouble getting this through because they find it's a carcinogenic, but don't worry, I'll get it through. And he did. And he was primarily responsible for appointing the head of the FDA at that time, who then slipped in aspartame as a sugar substitute. And then after that died down and nobody was looking, he then extended that to all diet drinks. So if you're drinking diet drinks, Diet Cola, Diet Dr. Pepper, and now except maybe Pepsi, you're getting aspartame. And if you get enough of it, it's going to make you sick. I don't even have to go into burgers and, you know, fries and like that. The thing that bothers me is that I've tried to go on diets, I've tried to eat right, but what I found out is that it costs more money to eat healthy, right? If you want to buy fresh vegetables, you want to buy non-GMO stuff and all like that, you have to pay more than for the junk. It ought to be the other way around, right? I'm all for freedom. If somebody wants to stuff themselves with big old greasy cheeseburgers, you know, fine. But you ought to pay more for that than for the healthy food. Oh, well, enough of that. If you go back and look, I know when I was a kid, the grocery stores, we didn't have supermarkets. We had local grocery stores, and they were run by local people, and they mostly had local produce. By the 60s, everything was getting processed and packaged, and that's where the trouble began. By the 70s, the American diet consisted of non-nutritious white bread, other unnatural food products. Excuse me. You see here we got a loaf of Wonder Bread. If it was nutritious, it's a wonder. And today, of course, we just have nothing but sugar, grains, bromide in the bread. We got all this stuff that is not good for us, and we're feeling the results of it. Obesity is now one of the biggest problems in this country. And it's not because everybody's eating sugar, it's because they're eating bread and soy, GMO soy and all this stuff. You need to be very particular about what you're eating. Here's where we go. Today, survey of more than 3.5 million American adults showed from 93 to 2008, obesity increased by a whopping 85%. And I know where I come from, in rural Texas, the diet is usually chicken fried steak and French fries, you know, and you can tell it because you go to Walmart and I swear 3 out of every 5 women are obese. I mean, really obese. And unfortunately, see, they just don't know any different because they watch TV and they're sold this whole bill of goods. In fact, here we go. At the current rates, by 2020, half the population will be obese. And I love this illustration because here you see the old 57 Chevrolet, and the future as was pictured in 1950s, and then you see the reality. Overweight, shopping at Walmart with the chemtrails overhead. All right, so what do you do about it? You eat organic food, that's what you do, and you eat grass-fed beef if you're going to have beef. Start growing your own vegetables. We have some of these little grow boxes, plus we have the, what do they call it, the 4 square foot garden thing, you know, that my wife works on. We get a lot of fresh stuff, fresh peppers and fresh tomatoes and chive and all kinds of good stuff. Grow it yourself. You can do it. And you say, well, I live in an apartment. That's all right. Get your grow box, put it in the window. Or go up on the roof, put something up there. And you'll be glad you did. Number one, it's very relaxing. It kind of gets you next to nature. And if things go bad, you got something to eat. Quickly, I want to talk about the God Syndicate. This is one of the problems we have. Guns, oil, and drugs. The 3 largest money-making commodities in the world today. I'll go lightly on guns because I realize I'm up here in Philadelphia. Ooh, guns. Ooh, we don't want any guns. No guns. Take the guns away. Ooh, guns hurt people. So I don't want to get too big with this, but I do want to point out that according to congressional reports, over the past couple of decades, it is us, the United States of America, that is responsible for 78% of the arms sales around the world. We are the ones causing all the problems. And you say, yeah, but we have to keep up with Russia and China. No. According to these same reports, Russia 5.7%, China 3%. So Russia and China combined only account for 8% of the arms deals in the world. The rest of it is us. And I'm not going to go too far into this except now you understand what's going on here, and you'll understand that terrible incident in Benghazi where our ambassador was killed, because I'll tell you the truth of that matter is, and the reason they had stonewalled and they don't want to bring it out is because Ambassador Stevens stumbled across the fact that direct commercial sales, an entity within the Pentagon that allows private companies to sell arms all around the world, was allowing them to sell all these Stinger missiles to the Syrian rebels, most of whom were Al-Qaeda, and the rest were ISIS. And we're arming these very people that we claim we're supposed to be in war against. He learned about this. He would have blown the whistle on it, so they had to arrange an attack, and he and his Marine Guards got killed. And the military, who was all poised to send in rescue teams, was told to stand down, and that came from the highest levels of the U.S. government, mainly Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State, and Obama, of course. Direct commercial sales, that's something that you really need to look into. We also know briefly about the Fast and Furious thing that the ATF got mixed up in, where they were strong-arming American gun dealers to sell guns to the Mexican drug lords, ostensibly to track them into Mexico. And that doesn't make any sense to me, because if you sell a drug lord some guns and he goes back into Mexico, how are you going to track what he does with them? You can't. What this was all about was to try to demonize gun sales, gun shows, tell everybody this is bad, it's falling into the hands of the Mexican drug lords, and we got to outlaw all this. It was an anti-gun move. And why do they want to take up the guns anyway? Because disarmed people can't defend themselves. We'll get to this a little bit about the school shootings. That's something that you really should be concerned about, but that's got a whole new wrinkle too. Moving right along, while we're spending all this money on warfare and arms around the world, the American Society of Civil Engineers in 2013 gave the USA a D+ for our infrastructure. And I'm sure I don't have to explain this to you folks. You've seen the streets with potholes. You've seen the bridges that are deteriorating. You've seen all of this infrastructure that seems to be just wearing out and nothing gets done about it. Hey, but by God, they've come up with the money to go out on these freeways and put in that concrete with the steel post and the steel cables or the concrete wall so you can't turn around on the freeway. Do any of y'all ever remember having a big problem with people making U-turns on the freeway? No. You know what this is? They're getting ready to lock down the cities. And when you see that coming, you say, I got to get out. You'll start heading out, and then you'll see the police checkpoint up ahead, and you go, oops, I don't want to run into that. You can't turn around. You're going to be trapped. So they got money for that. They got money for those ubiquitous cameras that are spying on you 24/7, but we haven't got money to fix the bridge, you know, the road. It's really ridiculous. And so what's really funny is despite having less than 5% of the world's population, we've got roughly 35 to 50% of the world's civilian-owned guns. That's why they've got to destroy America, okay? We have a tradition of individual freedom and liberty. We have a Constitution, a Bill of Rights, which gives us the legal foundation for that individual freedom and liberty, and we got guns. So we can actually stand up for our individual liberty, but they're working on that, aren't they? They really want to take it away. Real quick, I just want you to notice this. Pennsylvania in 2012, 470 gun deaths. New York, 774. The whole state of California had 1304. And these are all states with very, very strict, harsh anti-gun laws. Well, let's look at Alabama. They don't have harsh gun laws. They had one gun death. Believe me, folks, if you want to be safe, pack a gun. Oil is the next big one, of course. And what we've heard is this Marion King Hubert, who back in the 50s said, well, we're at peak oil. We're running out. Oh, my God. And that's why the prices went sky high. You know, I hate to date myself, but when I was a young man, you could buy gasoline for 25 cents a gallon, you know. In fact, I got in trouble with my current wife, but at the time she wasn't. We were just dating. And we pulled in a gas station, and I ran in to use the men's room, and she told the attendant to put $1 worth of gas in my car. I came out, and I went, oh, no, I only wanted 50 cents worth. I said, now I don't have enough money to go to the picture show, so I had to borrow money from my date so we could go to the picture show. But it's now, peak oil is nonsense. It's a hoax. It's not right. For one thing, production in 2011, 2012 was at all-time highs. If you'll be looking now that the cost per barrel is, you know, dropped down almost to $10. I think it's up now more past 20, 25, but it's still, you know, real cheap. We're overflowing with oil. Plus, if anybody tries to tell you we're running out of oil, you just tell them these 3 words: Bakken Rock Formation. The Bakken Rock Formation underlies Montana, North Dakota, a little bit into Manitoba and Saskatchewan, and it is untapped. They say there's enough petroleum in the Bakken Rock Formation to give us gasoline, petroleum at increased rates of consumption for the next 2,000 years, okay? So there's no shortage of petroleum, but we need to get away from petroleum because it's killing us. It's choking us. It's killing off the sea life. Every time there's an oil spill, we're messed up. By the way, don't think the oil spill in the Gulf is all over and done with in ancient history. It's still leaking. They're still spraying Corexit down in the Gulf. In fact, I want to tell you something. I'm just passing it along for your own information, but me and my friends and everybody I know in Texas, we will not eat anything out of the Gulf, okay? And there are Gulf fishermen who advise that. So what do? Well, we go to cleaner energy. You folks up here probably need to keep those coal-fired plants because you got a lot of coal. That could work. But see, they talk about a national energy policy. We don't need or want a national energy policy. We need a regional energy policy. You guys got coal, use coal-fired plants. Down where I come from, we can do solar. We got sunlight most of the year. And when the sun's not out, then it's kind of stormy and the wind's blowing. So if we have some wind turbines, we could do that too. It's all there. In fact, Tesla, which a lot of you all are familiar with, you know, he showed that we can just be drawing energy out of the earth. One thing bothers me, and I'll get to this a little bit, about the drought conditions in California. And they're going, oh my God, how are we going to get water? Wait a minute, they got a whole coastline on the Pacific Ocean. Why can't they build some desalination plants that are powered by the waves, by the tides that come in? You know, there you go. See, there are ways of doing these things, but you know, here's the problem. Years ago, I was talking to a energy expert, and I had gotten real big on solar power. I said, well, you know, how about solar power? We can get power from the sun. He went, oh, well, he said, that sounds real good, but that's 20 years in the future. Well, that was 20 years ago. Still don't have it, do we? But then he said, do you realize it would take solar panels, collectors, covering the state of Arizona to provide enough electricity to power the city of Los Angeles? And I went, oh, wow, okay, yeah. And I go off and I'm thinking about that, and I think probably that's basically kind of true. But then it dawned on me where the problem was with his thinking. He's been trained, educated, and conditioned to only think in terms of central generation. You got to generate the electricity and then sell it to Los Angeles. And I'm going, wait a minute, what if everybody in Los Angeles put solar collectors on their roof, okay? Then they power their own needs, and of course the problem with that is that the power companies hadn't figured out how to make a cloud hang over your house if you don't pay your electric bill. And believe me, everybody pays an electric bill. Bill Gates pays an electric bill, okay? Everybody has to pay the electric bill. But why? You know, if we had Tesla, we could be pulling energy out of the earth. We could use anything you want to. Folks, the technology is there. It's just the will is not, because the public is not aware that we have these alternatives. Quickly, let's go to drugs. Oh boy, well, of course we know they're illegal drugs, just say no, but it gets worse. Big Pharma in 2008 grossed nearly $1 trillion worldwide just selling drugs, and more than 80 billion of that was for the psychiatric drugs. And this is where it's causing a real problem. We're the most drug nation in history. Alcohol prohibition lasted from 1920 to 1933. Drug prohibition has been since 1930 and is still going, except for a few places like Washington State and Colorado. And here's something that's interesting. I want to pass this along. In 1933, when the federal government did away with the Volstead Act, the law against alcohol, and a constitutional amendment that prohibited the manufacture and sale, distribution of alcohol. Did they do that out of the goodness of their heart? Did they do that saying, gee, we're keeping people from drinking, so, you know, let's let them drink? No. Here's what happened, and y'all take note of this, because we could be doing that today. In fact, it is happening. It's just not being talked about because we don't control the media. The reason alcohol prohibition came to a halt was because the states, one after another, said, we can't afford to enforce this thing, and we're just not going to do it. And one state after another quit enforcing those federal anti-alcohol laws, and at a certain point, the federal government just threw up their hands and said, well, this isn't working. So they did away not only with the law, but with a constitutional amendment. Keep that in mind. We are more powerful than we know we are if we'll all just get together and stand up and say, okay, we don't want this and we do want that. And it's already happening now with this, even backwards Texas. It's still against the law for pot in Texas, but they have okayed medical marijuana. So there's people in Texas now getting some relief. And in all these other states, you guys just need to get active and say, okay, let's get some common sense back into things here. In fact, there's even a law enforcement against prohibition. There is and these are law enforcement guys, and they realize the futility and the idiocy of trying to outlaw marijuana. At the University of Madrid, also at the University of London, they've done studies to show that the tetrahydrocannabinol, or THC, which is the active ingredient in marijuana, can actually cure cancer. Whoa, now wait a minute. We got people dying right and left of cancer, and yet the cure is illegal? Come on, folks, what's wrong with this picture? One of the reasons that they want to keep it all illegal is that we have made a whole industry out of the prison systems, okay? We have more people imprisoned in the United States than in all the Western European nations combined. And that's because we've turned them over to private companies, and their whole thing is they get paid so much for a living body in a cell. So do you think they have any incentive for trying to rehabilitate somebody, put them back on the street? No. Now, there's those that are even calling the AMA, the American Murder Association. And this is simply because, according to the late Dr. Barbara Starfield, this was actually published in the JAMA, the official publication of the American Medical Association, back in about 2010 or so. She statistically showed that the third leading cause of death to Americans, number one is heart disease, heart attacks. Number two is cancer. Number three is conventional medical treatment. Not drug overdoses, not illegal drugs, you know, but just conventional medical treatment. You go in the hospital, they give you the wrong medication, or they botch up your surgery, or, you know, whatever. There have been doctors who've been caught diagnosing their patients as cancer patients, putting them on chemotherapy when they did not even have cancer, okay? And yet, so the American medical establishment has gotten totally out of control. They have bought into their own propaganda that they are next to God, and you're not supposed to question them. So we have to do something about that. With profits of more than $160 billion a year for cancer, you can see that there are more people making a living off of cancer than dying from it. And that's why we don't have a cure. But the main reason we don't have a cure is simply that cancer can be taken care of by a change in lifestyle and a change in diet. But how many people want to hear that from their doctor? They want to say, give me a pill. Give me something I can take and I'll be cured, you know. And most people do not want to go through the changes of lifestyle that it would take to prevent cancer. But I will tell you this. Let me see where we're going here. Yeah, okay, I'll get to that in a minute. There are cures, by the way. Any of y'all familiar with Dr. Raymond Rife? All right. I've had a Rife machine now for about 16 years. Actually, I got 3 of them. And originally I got it because my youngest daughter had chronic asthma ever since she was a little bitty kid. And it just got worse and worse. Every year there's at least 2 trips to the emergency room. We had to have those nebulizers to keep her breathing. We were spending, I don't know, up to $400 or $500 a month on medications, and she just looked terrible. She was skinny, had rings under her eyes and everything else. Finally, a doctor, an osteopath friend of mine, said, have you tried Rife techniques? And I said, what's that? So I looked into Royal Raymond Rife and his frequency treatments. So he said, I've got a machine, come try it out. So we drove up near the Oklahoma border where he was practicing one Sunday, and he ran my daughter on the Rife machine, and she's now 34 and has never had another serious asthma attack since that time. She still carries one of those little, I call them breathers, whatever they call them, inhaler, thank you. But she only uses that if she gets in a stressful situation or just some unusual situation. What's also interesting is that at the time I did this, it was like 15 years ago, I was starting to get aged, and I told this doctor friend of mine, I said, I'm starting to get these aches and pains in my hand, you know, what's going on? He said, it's arthritis, you know. I said, well, what's that? And he said, well, you've got this bacteria that builds up in your cartilage, in your joints, and if it's left untreated, eventually it can eat away the cartilage and your bones will start rubbing together, and then you get rheumatoid arthritis, and you've really got a problem. So I said, well, why do I do that? And he said, here, run the Rife machine on arthritis. So I held the little electrodes, and he put me on this machine for about 15, maybe 20 minutes at the most. And man, I went away, and all the pain went away. And so I decided, I think I want to get one of these machines. And like I said, I've had one for 16 years. I'm now 72, and I don't have any problem with arthritis because every time I start aching, I run the machine, and it kills that bacteria. There are solutions, okay? Maybe that's not the one, but you can find things, all right? Now, here's the problem. The Journal of National Cancer Institute estimated that a one-year cost of cancer treatment for one individual comes to $2.3 billion. That includes time spent getting care, chemo, radiation therapy, blood tests, cancer screening, surgery, checkups, driving to medical appointments, just waiting. Does not even count the days spent at home recovering from surgery or chemotherapy. $3.2 billion. What I did was figure out on the Rife machine, going by their frequency and their time, you know, how much it would take to knock down your cancer with Rife technology. It came out to 33 cents worth of electricity. So now you can see why that you're not going to hear from officialdom about any treatment other than chemotherapy. Now, for those of you who are concerned about cancer, here it is in a nutshell. Dr. Otto Heinrich Warburg, yes, one of the famous Warburg, the banking family Warburg, but he turned to medicine. And in 1923, he received the Nobel Prize, and he came up and decided that there are two conditions, okay? Cancerous tissues thrive in an acidic environment. Acidic means sugar, and sugar doesn't necessarily mean cane sugar. You know, bread changes to sugar in your system. So if you're eating a lot of pasta, a lot of bread, and a lot of things that causes your system to become acidic, the cancer cells can grow. If you keep your body alkaline, he found that cancer cells cannot grow in an alkaline environment. So any of you who are concerned about cancer, whether you have it or you're afraid you might get it, just start working to keep your body alkaline and you shouldn't have any problem. But again, with $3.2 billion in the thing, they're not going to tell you about that. Well, let's move right along other than, I love this cartoon here. It says FDA approved drug, and then on the side it says warning, contains FDA approved drug. Bill Gates, a consummate New World Order guy, he wants to solve the overpopulation problem by vaccines. Let's vaccine everybody. 2014, UNICEF and the World Health Organization injected 2 million Kenyan women with a vaccine that was found laced with a human sterilization chemical. Are we sitting here trying to, is that part of the depopulation program? And then you look at back in 1950, children got 13 doses of 4 vaccines for diphtheria, tetanus, pertussis, and smallpox. Today, they're recommending 48 doses of 14 vaccines by the age of 6. And then they wonder why these children turn autistic. Some of them, thank God, not all of them. But we need to start looking much more seriously at vaccines. And the key thing is that in the Reagan years, Congress passed this law that absolved the vaccination companies, the pharmaceutical companies, from any liability for damage they do. But they did set up a government vaccine conditioning system, a payback system, and since that time, up till today, they have now paid out over $3 billion to families who have shown that their children were damaged by vaccines. So don't buy this propaganda that they're all perfectly safe and everything's just fine. In the UK here recently, they just paid out $90 million to 800 families of children who were harmed by the swine flu vaccine. Okay, here's a little bit of what's involved in these vaccines, and sometimes it's not even the vaccine. It's the thimerosal, it's the formaldehyde, it's the aluminum in there. So, you know, we've got to get some of this stuff out of there. Moving right along, I will point out that here's the problem. This is Dr. Julie Gerberding, and during the Bush administration, George W., she was head of the CDC. and of course, extolling the virtues of vaccine. Be sure and get your vaccine. And then soon as Bush was out of office, she resigned to become president of Merck Pharmaceuticals' vaccine division. Now, you know, I'm not even prepared to say whether there was actual conflict of interest here, but it sure looks like it, doesn't it? And we need to get away from that. By the way, well, but the experts tell us that vaccines are perfectly safe. Well, some of you may remember when doctors were telling us smoke cigarettes, they're good for you, right? So just because some expert tells you something, don't listen to it. If there's one thing we do need to be concerned about, it's the school shootings. But I want to tell you something. I grew up in Texas, and I'm going to tell you a little secret. We took guns to school. I had friends with pickup trucks with rifles, shotgun in the back. They go hunting after school or before school. I remember I even one time took a rifle to school because I said, hey, look, my new rifle. And I'm going to show it off to all my friends, you know. So we had guns and we took them to school. Nobody shot anybody, okay? It's not the guns, regardless of what the control media tells you. It's the drugs. Every single school shooting since Columbine in 1999 involves medicated shooters. And I can run through the list here. Elliot Rogers and Cho, and you remember these stories. And here's another list of them. Every one of them, they're either on psychotropic drugs or they're coming off of psychotropic drugs, which apparently is even worse than going on them. In fact, right there it says contraindications. It promotes suicidal and homicidal tendencies. And this is what we're giving disturbed kids? No wonder we have these problems. I know it's all changed. When I was in elementary school, I've been a reader since the get-go. By the time I was in the 5th, 6th grade, I'd read all the books considered classics like Black Beauty and Tale of Two Cities, Rudyard Kipling, you know, all these books. And I'd already kind of turned to science fiction, and I was reading Ray Bradbury and Arthur C. Clarke, so I was kind of ahead of the game. So we'd be in class in elementary school, and we'd be reading by rote, you know, everybody stay with the class, and I'm bored. I'd already read 2 chapters ahead. So I'm looking out the window. And so the teacher then, back then, the days of the old republic, she'd come around, slap me on the wrist and say, come on, Jimmy, stay with the rest of the class. Yes, ma'am. I'd go back where they were and keep reading. Today, they would send me to the school nurse who's been conditioned and trained to say, well, he's got attention deficit disorder. And they send me to the school psychologist or the psychiatrist, and they put me on Ritalin or Prozac. It's absolutely amazing what's going on. 2013, the CDC reported that Medicaid spent $3.8 billion yearly on antipsychotic drugs, including 14,000 children, many under the age of 3. Now, I'm sorry. Now, I do realize that in rare occasions, there may be a child that has some sort of mental problem. Either hereditary or maybe hit their head or something like that. Well, you can't tell me that 14,000 kids under the age of 3 need psychotic drugs. It's just ridiculous. But why don't we hear about this? Well, it's real simple. Because if you all watch TV at all, you'll know that when they cut to a commercial, if they're not selling you a car or a truck, they're selling you a drug. It's probably one of, if not the largest advertiser in the country. They have bought up the government, they bought up the CDC, and they control the media because the media does not want to lose those advertising dollars. So all they can tell you about, all they can talk about is the guns. Take up the guns, take up the guns. No, we need to take up the drugs. And what's even worse is, being an Army veteran myself, is look what these drugs have done to our men and women in uniform. Nobody has a greater respect than me for any man or woman that goes off to serve in the armed services and protect this country. But they are being grossly abused, starting with being sent to fight unnecessary wars, okay, just for the benefit of the corporations. And then when they do put their life on the line and they get damaged, they get wounded, they get traumatized, what kind of help they get? They don't get any. Remember the VA scandal? They're waiting months and months and months. A lot of them died before they could even get any treatment. Now, wait a minute. That's not right. If we expect people to go and lay their life on the line for this country, the least the country can do is try to give them some decent help and fit them back into society. And yet, over the past several years, the leading cause of death in the U.S. military is not gunfire or warfare, it's suicide. Now, that's really incredible. And when you go and look, it's because of the psychotropic drugs. You've got to start working on this. Hurrying on through here. Deadly water. The head of Dow Chemical, Andrew Laveris, says water is the oil of the 21st century. And this is true. When I was growing up, somebody said, where's the, you know, when I worked in a grocery store. If somebody came in and said, where's the water? I'd point them to the drinking fountain, right? And if that wasn't working, I'd say, well, go outside and turn on the hose. I mean, we had water. Nobody thought about water. And then all of a sudden, I watched it all happen. All of a sudden, there's a few little sailing of bottled water, you know, and it'd be just one little small shelf. And now, you go in the supermarkets, you got an entire aisle of bottled water. And some of that, by the way, is very questionable. Some of the bottled water, you have to be very careful with it because some of it, they're simply bottling up tap water. And if you're going to drink that, why pay for it when you get it out of the tap? It's really incredible. So, what's the deal? Well, if you can control people by controlling the food, just think how you control people if you control the water. Because we can go several days, maybe a week or so without food, be real hungry, but we can get along. But if you don't have water after 2 or 3 days, you're just going to be dead. Water is incredibly important. And not only that, but the EPA has found that a whole third of our nation's water supplies are contaminated with at least 18 hazardous contaminants. And why is that? Well, they're trying to get us to drink bottled water. We know that last year, Governor Jerry Brown ordered mandatory water use reduction in California, and I was feeling really bad for him until I went out there last summer, and I went to Palm Springs, and a friend of mine took me to one of their 125 golf courses in Palm Springs, and here was a beautiful course, and the sprinklers, you know, they're all springing, and everything looks great, and then I find out there's 125 of them, and I go, wait a minute, they've built 125 golf courses in the middle of the desert, and then they wonder why they have no water? Come on, folks, surely we can do better than this. Here's some Sweeney's sodium fluoride from the 1930s. Insecticide is effective against cockroaches, water bugs, and lice on poultry, but careful, it's poison. And they're putting it in your water supply. And why is that? Well, because they have found out that fluoride is a neurotoxic chemical that when added to drinking water interrupts the basic function of the nerve cells in the brain, causing docile, submissive behavior and IQ devastation. Charles Perkins came back from Germany after the war, and he said the German chemists worked out a very ingenious and far-reaching plan adopted by the German General Staff to control the population of any given area through mass medication of drinking water supply. In this scheme of mass control, sodium fluoride occupied a prominent place. The Nazis figured out that if you put just a little bit of this poison into the drinking water, that it numbs you down, dulls you down, makes you submissive, passive, non-resistant, so they put it in the water of the concentration camps. When the Soviets came in, overran Germany, they picked up on this and they did the same thing for the gulags, okay? So just remember, when you're drinking your tap water, you're just getting slowly poisoned with sodium fluoride, and maybe this is why we can't seem to get excited about anything anymore, okay? We've been dug down, drugged out, and of course, they've even did a 2012 study of 8,000 kids, and they showed that the ones in the high fluoride areas had significantly lower IQ scores than the ones in the low fluoride areas. And just in case you want to know how this came about, this all came about in the late 40s with some people who worked for Reynolds Aluminum, okay? And they were hired to do a study to see if they couldn't figure out something to do with sodium fluoride, because it was kind of a waste product of the aluminum processing thing. And another thing that y'all probably don't know is sodium fluoride was also a huge problem as a waste product from the construction of nuclear weapons, atomic bombs. So they got all this deadly stuff. They can't dump it in the river because the river goes in the ocean, and there are international treaties against putting sodium fluoride in the ocean. So what do? They hire these two guys to do a study, and they decided that male children predominantly, between the age of 6 and 12, if they had a dollop of sodium fluoride in their water, it might cause them to have a few fewer cavities. But only for males, only 6 to 8. And if they're under 6, just go home and look at your toothpaste. If it's got fluoride in it, look at the back, read the fine print. It'll say, if they swallow this, contact the disease control, okay, poison center. It's poison, and it dumbs you down. So, what's this fracking all about? Now there's a big big controversy over fracking. And fracking, of course, is simply where they take a well that supposedly is dry, gas and oil, and then they pump steam down in there and water filled with a lot of chemicals, including lead, uranium, mercury, hydrochloric acid, formaldehyde, and they pump all this down there under pressure, and it opens up cracks. And supposedly we can get more oil and gas out of all this. But remember what I told you earlier? We don't need any more oil and gas. We got all we need. So why do they continue doing this fracking, which is causing tremendous problems in several states? In Oklahoma, up until a few years ago, they had an equivalent of maybe 1 earthquake a year, and now they're having 30 and 40, and it's all because of the fracking, and that's been determined. So what's going on here? They are destroying the water tables so that we are forced to buy their bottled water. And the rich people, they are the big ones. They are the ones behind it. Here's T. Boone Pickens, who has bought up a lot of the aquifer, the Olagala aquifer up through the Midwest, which supplies most of the water for our food crops from wheat, corn, everything in the Midwest. Warren Buffett, who we know is another big investor, he's been heavily invested in water technology that produces treatments and filtering membranes. But here's the one that got me. A couple of years ago or so, there was an item in the mainstream media that the Bushes had bought something like almost 300,000 acres in Paraguay. Well, you know, knowing the Bushes family's background into the Nazis, and you know, the patriarch Prescott Bush was actually stripped of his holdings in Union Banking Corporation in late 1942 by the U.S. government as being nothing but a financial front man for Hitler and the Nazis. So when I heard that they had bought all this land down in Paraguay, I just kind of figured, well, I guess they're going to flee and go down there and hide out and maybe set up a housing development, probably call it Borman Acres. But then I find out that this land they bought in Paraguay sits over the Guarani Aquifer, the largest single body of groundwater in the world. So they're buying up the water. And we now know that these companies, Coca-Cola, Nestle, Perrier, got your Fiji water there, which is, by the way, pretty good water. But that's who's controlling the water. And if you stop and think about it, if you're buying those little bottles of water and you buy, you know, 12-pack or whatever, if you pour all that down and make it a gallon, you're paying more for water today than you are for a gallon of gasoline. Now, isn't that incredible? I bet you I had a hard time convincing you that that's the case when you all were little kids drinking out of the garden hose. We know about air pollution, and so I'll skip through this pretty easy, but they need to be doing something about pollution. It's just killing us. Here is the British School of Beijing's inflatable dome. Beijing has such air quality problems that they had to build this plastic dome so the kids at the British school could actually play, have exercise and play sports. The EPA's head, Gina McCarthy, says that 1 in 10 American kids now suffer from asthma. I know when I was a kid, I don't even recall anybody with asthma. And now I know my granddaughter's friends come home from school, and I swear every 2 or 3 of them have those inhalers. And of course, by the way, I won't go into this because it's pretty scary, but the Fukushima is still spewing radiation. And the Pacific is almost dead, but they're not telling you about that because that's scary. And they want you to keep voting. How that's going to end, I don't know. It's been estimated this could be a extinction level event eventually, but I guess we'll just have to wait and find out. As you can see here, the currents are now blowing all that radiation across the Pacific and into the United States. Former Prime Minister in Japan, Naoto Kan, says it's impossible to totally prevent any kind of accident, disaster happening. I've come to change my position. The only way to do this is to totally get rid of nuclear power plants. And that's really the truth. And yet, check this out. The little black odds, these are all the nuclear power plants, and all that red area is where the tornadoes hit. Now, isn't that weird? If they're going to put all these nuclear plants, why didn't they put them out in the west somewhere? And of course, chemtrails, we know about that. If you don't, you need to look into it because they are spraying barium, aluminum oxide, pathogens, lead, mercury, strontium, heavy metals, all in the sky. And I'm an award-winning aviation writer, and I tell you, I know the difference between a condensation trail and a chemtrail. And believe me, they're spraying us. I mean, look at this. Is that natural? I ask you. Or better yet, think of the days when you have seen a clear blue sky. Does that mean nobody's flying? No, come on. In fact, just for your edification, here's the difference. Contrail streams out behind the airplane. It's ice crystals condensing in the upper atmosphere, and it will disappear pretty quick and evaporate into the air. The chemtrail goes from horizon to horizon, will not dissipate, spreads out into a thin, milky haze, and settles over the countryside. Here we can see same plane, and they cut on their spraying, and then they cut it off. If that's just engine exhaust, let me tell you something. You don't have to be an award-winning aviation writer to know you don't cut off your engines in mid-flight. So it's geoengineering, and this is something that we have to worry about. And now, when you combine the aluminum and oxide of the chemtrails added to the fluoride in the water, it enhances both, and it helps in absorption in the human body. So this is what's happening to us. We all know, too, that there's problems with extremely low frequency radiation, RF radiation, and we've got to teach our kids to be very, very prudent with the cell phones, because basically you're holding a radio transmitter receiver up to your head, and it's actually been shown. Look at the difference between the heat of this person and before and then after using a cell phone. You do this for a while, you're gonna have a real problem. This poor guy. I hope he's not looking forward to having babies. We also realize TV is mind control. If you want to really kind of get your head together and start figuring out what's really going on, here's the deal. Turn off your TV, okay? Leave it off for about Leave it off for about 2 weeks and you're going to find out two important things. Number one, you're not going to miss anything important. If your city is nuked or World War III starts, you'll know about it, okay? You're not going to miss anything. Number two, you're going to suddenly probably feel better because you're not bombarded daily 24/7 with this bad news and bad things and ISIS and, you know, murders and rapes and robberies and, you know, and you'll start to feel better about yourself and about life, you know, and you'll find out that you're able to think for yourself instead of whatever the TV is conditioning you to. We also, of course, have a problem with education because you take bright, young, curious kids and you send them to school and pretty soon they're dragging home and you say, "What you do in school today?" "Oh, nothing." You know, and pretty soon they're dulled down, they're drugged out, and they are conditioned and turned into little robotots, you know. So we have to be very careful about this. And that's because John D. Rockefeller, who founded the General Education Board, which became the National Education Society, was quoted as saying, "I don't want a nation of thinkers, I want a nation of workers." And that's what we're training these kids for right now, plus being good inmates. When I went to school, you just went to school. Now you have to go through metal detectors. You have cops roam in the halls. And you have teachers ordering everybody around. In elementary school, you have to get in the line, put your hand on each other's shoulder, and walk to the bathroom or walk to, you know, we're teaching them to be prisoners. Is that what we really want? And look at this. This one blows me away. Here's the express line, you know, 15 item limit, and 15 is this many. Oh my God. And it gets worse. In my book, The $1 Trillion Conspiracy, I had this editor in New York who was questioning me on everything, and some of it was driving me nuts. It's like, what's wrong with this guy? And I finally got talking with him. He was 23 years old. 23 years old, and he's editing my book, okay? And I'm getting queries, I swear to God, I'm getting queries like this. "What's a bank run?" He didn't know. The worst one was I had written something about some of these banks that were getting the TARP money, the tax money, that were not even in trouble. And I said, this bank, so I named the bank, I said, this bank got TARP money even though it was solvent. I get a query from this 23-year-old kid. He says, "What do you mean by solvent?" I had to call him up and say, "Look, if we go to lunch and I tell you I can't pay for my lunch because I'm insolvent, do you know what that means?" And he went, "Oh, yeah, sure." I said, "Well, then guess what solvent means?" Just incredible. And, of course, now we're into the police state. It used to be, you know, the boys in blue. I was always taught if you get in trouble, go find a kindly policeman. He'll help you out. And then I've seen that change over my entire life. And when my little girls were little and we're driving around the car, it'd be, "Look out, Dad, there's a cop." You know, when did we get to this? The cop should be on our side. In fact, if you think about this, to me, 3 of the most important jobs in society is a police officer, a teacher, and a journalist. And yet these are 3 of the most despised, ill-paying jobs in our whole economy. It's not right. So when did these guys become these guys? And I'll tell you, part of the problem is that what you'll find in my book is that police agencies in this country are being advised and trained by Israel. Now, Israel's got a whole different situation. They're surrounded by enemies, and they've got real problems. And so they treat everybody, you're guilty until proven innocent, because they can't afford to do anything less. So why have we got them teaching our police to be, you know, stormtroopers? You're guilty until, and you see where it's leading to. The police today, I know I was a police reporter in the 50s, in the 60s, and it's all changed now. Now they're like combat troops, and you're guilty until you can prove yourself innocent. And I don't have to tell you guys that because you've already seen that right here in Philadelphia. They shut down the whole city because of one wounded 17-year-old. Good God, and we put up with it, see? That's why I have a real problem. I can't decide who's the more guilty. The leadership that wants us under total control or us that put up with it. under constant surveillance. They say by the year 2020, there's going to be 30,000 drones in the air. Isn't that going to be fun? You go try to take out the garbage and somebody's spying at you. Briefly, now we know all this. This used to be conspiracy theory, and now, thanks to Edward Snowden, we know that it's conspiracy fact. Now, of course, there are those who want to try to get Snowden back here and try him and hang him as a traitor. Personally, I think he's a hero. All right? But they're right in our face about a lot of this. Some of y'all remember last summer, everybody's upset about Jade Helm, this joint military exercise that was taking place involving local police, which is a violation of the Posse Comitatus Act, and unlike that. Well, look at the insignia, official insignia of the Jade Helm. You got the crossed arrows, that means air power. You got the sword, which is ground power. And look right in the middle, there's this little white blob thing, and nobody paid much attention to. And you see what it is. It's a wooden clog, a wooden shoe. And why would they put that up there? Because what we know is that the Nazi concentration camps gave you striped pajamas and wooden clogs. Why? So they could hear you coming, and you can't run very fast, and you're not going to get away. Now, why would they put that on a 2015 U.S. military exercise? Folks, it's all happening, and it's happening under the radar because of the 5 corporations that will not tell you all of this. And so here we are. It's all being managed, all being controlled through secret societies like the Trilateral Commission. Notice how their stylized logo looks suspiciously like a swastika. The Council of Foreign Relations, look how their logo, that would be the one to your left, matches that of the old Knights Templars. So see, all of this has gone on throughout history. It's not fascism when we do it, says the Democrats and the Republicans. And by the way, let me end you with this here. We're getting down to the end here. We do not any longer have a 2-party state. We are a 1-party nation. We have, that one party has a slightly liberal left wing called the Democrats, and it's got a slightly right wing called the Republicans. But they are both answer to the one party, the war party. Because, you know, they can argue over certain social issues like stem cell research or abortion or whatever, and they keep us fighting with each other over that, so we don't look up and realize that the money, the wealth of this country is being sucked away by the war party into unnecessary wars. But part of the reason is what I just showed you, to reduce the population. So, hope's the joke, and the change is what's left in your pocket. And don't think that this is something against the Democrats, because the Republicans are just as bad. And in fact, the only thing I can see right now, I got to hand it to Donald Trump. If nothing else, he is now showing even the dullest of us that the system is rigged and that it really doesn't matter, that we're not in control. I mean, I feel for every Republican in Colorado because they just got disenfranchised. They don't get a vote. And don't think you all are any better because they've got it rigged from the top to bottom. People ask me, you know, who are you going to vote for? And I tell them, do you watch The Wide World of Wrestling? And they go, oh, no, it's rigged. I said, case closed. So, in ending up, I thank you for your time. I hope y'all paid some attention. I got a handful of books left if you want to get those. But you need to start asking yourself, are you going to be working for freedom, or are you going to be supporting the police state? And lastly, I'll just put it this way. I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. Buy my book. Thank you.